Доброго
Good afternoon, esteemed viewers of Kyiv StratCom Forum. We would like to welcome you to the second day, which we open with a panel of disinformation as the tool of uh, coercion. And I'm your moderator, Ala Chandra, editor-in-chief at euromaidanpress.com. We have lots of speakers today, and this topic of disinformation has become a most relevant topic for the last couple of years, but people treat it as a standalone topic. But we here in Ukraine recognize that disinformation is the Russians' strategy of hybrid warfare. That's the Russians are using this information not only by sharing fake news, but by creating fake reality, which effectively needs to curse our behavior by impacting our thoughts. So let's consider how disinformation is used as part of the Russian strategy, whether it's a key component of their strategy, and what could be done by us to combat the Russian operations of influence. So it's my pleasure to give the floor first to Ms. Lyubov Velichka, the Ukrainian investigative journalist, freelancer. Lyubov was the investigator of one of those journalists who covered the Novi Sanzhari story when, you remember probably, the first evacuees from China have been brought to New Sanzhari rest and recreation facility for quarantine, and the footage of the protests there became a worldwide meme of barbarism. So, Lyubov, you have learned lots of interesting things about this story. Some of us thought that it was a Russian disinformation operation, but then you found evidence of this. So how did it happen? Any crime leaves evidence and a trail of proof. So when we talk about special information operations, they have some important components. First of all, channels of influence, mass media, social networks, and people who disseminate such disinformation are leaders of public opinion, politicians. And so when we were monitoring who is disseminating the information using which channels, it becomes clear to us who ordered this whole story in the first place. So when I came to Novi Sanzhari physically, was present there to investigate why such panic occurred, the local residents explained that one day before the, as they thought, allegedly infected people were brought from China, somehow all of them were collectively added to a Viber group where some threatening messages were shared. So somebody created this group, added 12,000 residents, and within 10 minutes, as I counted, shared 50 pieces of news that were disseminating fear and panic among people, that get ready to mortalities and stuff like that. So when I joined this Viber group, when I looked at the contents of those messages, I recognized that such a Viber group could not come into existence from out of thin air, because usually it happens gradually, half a dozen people at a time. But creating Viber group in 1 minute's time, that means that you have to have access to the database of the contact information of those people, their phone numbers, to be able to include them into that group. So let's analyze who can have access to the database of phones of people who live in one community. Well, cell phone operators or special intelligence services and It's obvious that the Ukrainian intelligence services were not interested in disseminating panic and creating international scandals. So my first hypothesis was that these were international special services. And by the way, I analyzed not only the Viber group incident, but others as well. So the narratives that were disseminated to pump up panic coincided with the content of news that was shared back at that time by pro-Russian politicians like Medvedchuk and Muraev, owners of TV channels. And it became clear that that became yet one another evidence that it was beneficial for Russia. The translation of messages has been actively using Facebook groups, which again were created a couple of days prior to bringing those evacuees to Novy Sanjari. They created clones of local groups' Facebook pages, which they use to disseminate this disinformation. So when I analyze those Facebook groups, Viber groups and Telegram channel groups, which were disseminating clearly pro-Russian narrative, and when I was analyzing those persons who were disseminating this information, I mean the leaders of public opinion, all of those evidence brought together shows that the footsteps lead to the Russian Federation. So this investigation was about analyzing the content of the messages that were disseminated at that time through mass media and social networks. What was the ultimate goal of the organizers of this operation, do you think? Well, first of all, to demonstrate that Ukraine is the country of the third world, an inefficient company that is not able to handle the situation like that on its own. Another goal was to strengthen the lack of trust to the authorities by the population of Ukraine, demonstrating that those authorities are weak, let people start asking the questions like, what does the Minister of Healthcare is doing? Where are the law enforcement officers? And also to present Ukraine in a super negative light, internationally speaking, and to give grounds for some personnel changes, because we know that 2 weeks after the events in Novy Sanjari happened, the Minister of Healthcare, Ms. Zaryana Sandetska was her family name, she was dismissed from her position of the minister. By the way, before that, the close Viber group members that were created on the eve in Novy Sanjari were actually calling for this. And as a result, we observed a number of articles in international media where people learned about Ukraine, but under very negative coloring. So who benefits the most? Obviously not Ukraine. Obviously it's the Russian Federation, who is our enemy number one. If we analyze comprehensively this, what were the other components of this special operation in addition to disinformation? A beautiful background for the special operation was the silence from the Ukrainian authorities. Any informational operation will fail if the government institutions are actively opposing it, but here people found themselves in the informational vacuum. They didn't understand what was going on. When I asked the Deputy Minister of Healthcare in Novy Sanjari what is going on, what's happening, he couldn't respond to me, so I had to repeat my questions a couple of times, and these were the repetitions of questions done not only by me, by dozens of my colleagues as well, because people had to learn what was going on, what needs to be done. We needed the concrete action plan, but it was not present. Why? Because there was no information coming from the official authorities. This fake information thus was shared in fake accounts by leaders of public opinion who were working not for the benefits of Ukraine. How successful this operation was, if we use 1 to 10 rating, I would say it's 9 on this scale, because any successful operation that was never disclosed and uncovered, well, that's 10. But since I investigated this particular event and published the results of my investigation in two powerful media, and these were high-profile publications, then I would say it was almost extremely successful special operation, because the minister was dismissed and the distrust to the authority increased. Okay, let's move to the second keynote speaker. Here today with us is Roman Cymbaluk, a well-known Ukrainian journalist who worked in Russia for 13 years. Mr. Roman, I would like to learn from you what is the place of disinformation in the macro strategy of the Russian war against Ukraine? We are in the state of hybrid warfare for the last 7+ years, and the narrative of Ukrainians impacting the psyche of the Russians is extremely important. So how the narratives about Ukraine evolve? Are they correlated with the military events, the territory of Ukraine? How can we analyze those narratives? If it's okay with you, let me add a couple of words about Novy Sanjari incident. Well, you mentioned that you have disclosed the involvement of pro-Russian politicians in this special operation. So the big question is, where are the law enforcement agencies, special services? They had to react, because this technology was used in the east of Ukraine when people were trying to stop their own Ukrainian army, and some of them died at that time because the occupied territories are not fully supported by the Russian Federation. So I believe that the residents of Novy Sanjari have to be addressed with this question. Don't you see what's going on? You believe that these are infected people? Well, then why are you throwing stones into buses' windows? Because if you broke the glass and you believe that this is a very dangerous virus, well, it will get out through those cracks. So I believe that all those things have to be remembered and reacted to, but the technology is one and the same. Actually, this is a military operation by our neighbor against us. If back in 2014 they were using the television, first of all, the Russian TV channels, which in time were blocked, along with the Russian social media and websites, and all of the aggregators of Ukrainian news are not disseminating the Russian resources in Ukraine, which was an extremely important decision indeed, because the example of Novy Sanjari demonstrate that the involvement of social cell phone operators and the social media groups, they have to be controlled somehow. As to the actions of the Russian Federation today, well, some of my friends suggest that we need to use the Goebbels scale approach here when you compare the propaganda to that of Goebbels. So if you rate it using the score 1 to 10, then over the last couple of months, their level of propaganda is 15, because it reached finally the level of anti-Ukrainian propaganda of back circa 2014 and 2015. They are creating out of Ukrainians the not human beings, but persons who have no right to live. So in Russian, they use the word dehumanization of Ukrainians, even though they claim that we're brothers, we're one and the same people, but still the occupied territories were using the Russian tricolor flags. So with all the nuances that we are discussing here today, Ukraine did make a huge step forward in terms of the ability to defend its informational integrity, because now and that's the results of the research show that people finally understand who we are fighting against. The simple answer is Russia, because a couple of years ago the results of similar research was quite different. So we can only thank the Russian, well, not even propagandists, but information warfare troops, if we call it by its name. We need to thank them that they are what they are, because all their statements, well, just listen to a weekly set of programs on the federal TV channels, and those talk shows are everywhere on all of the federal TV channels. So if you listen to what they say attentively for 1 week, but you have to be a person with very strong psyche and with strong psychological health, well, we need to come up with a brief video, the digest of those statements, and broadcast it both to the military and to the civilians when they say how exactly they will destroy Ukrainian towns and cities. And they're not saying it jokingly. No, people agree that we need to bomb Kyiv and Kharkiv because Ukrainians might have missiles in those cities. So it's prime time programs claiming that the Russians need to start shelling and bombing the Ukrainian cities, and that's the fact. And these atrocities are freely discussed. For instance, Vice Speaker of the Russian Parliament likes to hang the Ukrainians on lampposts in his speeches on TV. Well, you can treat it with irony and smile. Well, what can you say? He is just a crazy person. But our sad experience shows that if they occupy the territory, that's exactly what might happen. Well, probably hanging not on the lampposts, but in Novorossiya, everybody knows about Donetsk cellars. And the viewers of Dom TV channel heard lots of stories about this dehumanization and what's actually happening in those cellars. So, summing up. We need to treat the actions of Russians with great attention. Of course, it goes without saying, but parts of the Ukrainian population who are still the fans of Russia, we probably would never be able to convince. But the latest research shows that in the east of Ukraine, that used to have the strongest pro-Russian sentiments, the percentage of those who believe that the future of Ukraine is in Europe keeps increasing, because the Russian world that they translate on TV, what they bring here, well, these two images do not coincide. What they show on TV and what is happening in reality. So there would be a certain portion of people who could not be influenced. That's why we need to be able to protect our own informational space, and there are three important steps to make. First of all of the enemy's propaganda should be blocked, and don't you be concerned that it's censorship. No, it's about fighting with the enemy. Secondly, we need to create high-quality Ukrainian content, including in Russian language, because your TV channel, DIM, is broadcasting in Russian language a lot. And education. We need to educate people, like this example of Novi Sanjari, so that the people who were involved in this should not be embarrassed about how they were coerced, because the pandemic is happening, for a couple of years now. So when they were telling the viewers, well, we have kids, we're afraid for them, we will all die out, well, then get a jab, vaccinate yourself, and live.
Thank you, Roman. We see that in Russia, in state-run media, they spread very similar narratives. Could you elaborate about these channels, the actors? How is the synchronicity achieved? This is because of the monopoly to information. And while discussing Ukrainian information security, we need to be aware that Russian model is not fine for us because they have monopoly on information. So if we were to analyze the entirety of the Russian communications, the federal TV channels, radio stations, local channels, internet, YouTube channels, all of those sing to the same tune. There's no alternative point of view. Even if we look at the so-called liberal YouTube channels with millions of subscribers, with Ukrainians following them as well. So that is high quality product, which is very important to mention. And just to give you an example, Ilya Varlamov's channel, allegedly liberal, anti-Putin, but when it comes to the topic of Ukraine, actually after Novi Sanjari situation, Medvedchuk and others were saying you're going to die without Medvedchuk and Sputnik vaccine. Well, now this ceased. So you look at Ilya Varlamov, who's telling the Ukrainians, well, your government is so dumb. Look at Uncle Vova. Take Sputnik vaccine. Get yourself a jab. Well, and I'm not even talking about the medical aspect here because this vaccine is not recognized by WHO. And if you don't take the Russian vaccine, you're going to get locked down, you're going to lose, the economy is going to suffer. This government is criminal, and the previous government you had is a criminal. Well, who's not criminal is the one living in Sochi and in Moscow. Or Redakcja TV channel. They were allegedly very critical of the Russian government. At first glance, they seem like real journalists, but when you listen into the terminology they use when talking about Ukraine, they start using the word rebels. You took Ozhegov's dictionary, or Dahl's dictionary, with a clear definition. Rebels are people that are resisting their army, supporting their army. Well, our army is the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and actually we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. So these concepts of Ukraine being bad, Ukrainians being Nazi, Bandera, zealots, mentions of Yarosh. Yeah, well, everything you mentioned actually makes me think that you probably have Yarosh's card. So, bottom line here is that these words are used by them in the same way. I mean, the Russian side does that. And there are things we have to figure out here for ourselves. With all due respect, the president uses the term separatist, but they're not separatists. Separatists are those who want to separate. But if these are people wearing Russian uniforms, with Russian passports, with Russian weapons, fighting for Russian, these are not separatists. At the very least, these are collaborationists. I think I'm one of the first Ukrainian journalists, and I don't know why I did that in Moscow, because it's quite visible. Ukrainian media sometimes say the so-called republics, but this is not true. This is an outright lie. We're misleading our citizens because these are, in reality, occupation administrations. There are Russian citizens working there, and not only those who received the Russian passports, they are people who came from Russia. They work as governors, as leadership there. There are abundant examples to attest that. So we need to come up with the proper terminology that we would share. That would help protect our people. This is where it all starts. Every time you turn on the television and you listen how to our military refer to them as separatists, a colloquial term for separatists. We don't have a Ministry of Propaganda and we don't need one, but we need a sort of vernacular, a vocabulary. There's consensus in Ukraine. 80% understand what's happening, and Ukrainian media actually do that. And we have one crazy TV channel that sees Ukrainian military as criminals. And this is said by the people from the occupied territory, and for some reason they don't want to come back there. They were elected as MPs there, and they speak Russian, all of them. And they say, if the Ukrainian army is the criminals, then Russian camouflage-wearing guys with book missiles, they are nice and good, but they still won't come back there because they know that if they return, they might be thrown to jail or other bad things might happen to them. So I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not. To give you the rate of our efficiencies, it's 9 out of 10. Well, that's optimistic. Well, that final point to score might take a lot of time. We have issues with communications. A lot of content is generated by Dom Channel, which is hosting us today, so we can talk about them. As far as I know, the broadcasting is not happening on the occupied territories. And it's not a complaint about the journalist, it's a technical issue. Let's discuss the solutions in the next part of our panel discussion. And now it's time to hand it over to our next participant. We have Yuri Christensen, the analyst at Odessa Political Platform Media Center. Yuri, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. What makes disinformation peculiar in Ukraine? We have a kinetic military conflict, and we know that disinformation is a major part of any military operation. And very recently, there was a piece of fake news that could have turned into another crucified little boy. The fake news that had a potential for the situation in Donbass. Ukrainian army was accused of hitting a little boy with a drone in occupied Donbass, but that turned out to be not accurate. So we'd like to hear from you about how the information was spread, by which actors, what was the purpose behind that, whether this operation was successful, and what prevented this operation from becoming successful if it hadn't turned out to be successful. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear audience. Let's deconstruct the situation. In 2014, in spring 2014, many Russian citizens went to Ukraine to protect the people from the fascists. I have the questionnaires, the applications of those volunteers, and there's a section on motivation, and that section actually repeats all the narratives of the disinformation campaign that began in February, give or take, and lasted throughout 2014, and then slowly faded out. Why was it spring 2014? Where were the fascists in 2013, 2015? Why did this hybrid mobilization slow down after 2015? I have some personal experience. In 1992, the similar war began in Transnistria. And to tell you the truth, I nearly went there myself because all of the mass media, all the rumors were filled with stories about Moldovan fascists that were allegedly killing women and children. Why did, in 2014, they went to Donbass? Ukrainian nationalists they weren't supposed to be there. Normally, they would be found in other parts of Ukraine that would be expected. But we can look at similar conflicts in post-Soviet environment, and they were either in the areas bordering Russia or in the areas where the Soviet and then Russian troops were stationed. Another interesting question is whether Kremlin realized that these actions, this disinformation campaign, this hybrid conscription of volunteers will lead to war, to deaths of people. If you open the Russian federal law on veterans, there are 30 local wars that are listed there after 3 dozens. These are the recognized conflicts after 1941. So this number of conflicts makes you assume that the conflict was perfectly aware of what was going to happen. The next question, why did they do it? And there's an interesting interview from a former MP of the Supreme Council of Soviet Union. He said that in early 90s there was the so-called Lukyanov's doctrine. The republics that wanted to leave USSR had the separatist enclaves set up on their territory. In those enclaves, they wanted to stay in the Union, and they were used as an anchor holding the revolting, the rioting republics, preventing them from leaving the Union. And the question is, how do they do that? Unfortunately, we had some technical problems with sound. Can you hear me? There's an article from the head of the main operative department, Russian Federation Armed Forces headquarters, which describes this lie and cunning nature of the hybrid war. The aggressor states polarizes the victim from the inside. Any conflicts, religious, political, language are flared up. The population of the victim state loses orientation in the system of coordinates, friend or foe, and one part of people starts fighting another part of the population. The aggressor states sides with one of the parties in the conflict that was provoked by them in the first place. So what is the role of disinformation? If we look at Kremlin's war history, it's a decisive role. Without massive disinformation campaigns, many wars would have never happened in the first place. And now this brings me to your question about the narratives that were spread that spring and are spread now. To start a massive conventional war, a massive disinformation campaign is needed. What we are observing right now, this is aimed at that, but it's not enough to start a war at this point for now. So these narratives that you're talking about, they served some local objectives within the framework of the war that was already ongoing in B. At any point, this information campaign can become larger, but so far we do not see this. Thank you, Yuri. Going back to the story of the boy that wasn't really killed by the Ukrainian drone. This fake story did not become viral. So what do you think is the reason behind that? There are a few reasons to mention. First of all, there's already certain resistance against disinformation that people have. Second reason is this information was debunked very early on. And thirdly, it was not part of an effort to start a war. If it had been, it would have become viral. There would have been gruesome details and photos, and there would have been so many stories, a multitude of stories like that. Is my understanding correct? What you're saying is that you can anticipate the active hostilities by analyzing disinformation that is coming from the adversary. Moreover, the plans about Novorossiya and the description of the plans of things to happen with other oblasts were made public early in 2014. So what do we have to be cautious about right now? Because there's bolstering of Russian presence, military presence at the border, and there are discussions of whether there's going to be an attack or not. Could you give a piece of advice how we can prognosticate that given disinformation? The campaign that we're seeing now is unlikely to make Russians leave their families, jobs, and go wage a war in Ukraine. This is not the purpose of the campaign that we're observing right now. What do we see? This anxiety, concern. We're no longer talking about reform. We are talking about the war, getting ready for the war. So most probably what we're observing is the purpose. If the large conventional operation is the purpose, we will see that in the disinformation campaign a month before. But at this point, we're not seeing that. Then what should we be looking out for? Which words? What would be a red flag suggesting the attack is coming? A human brain is like a nesting doll. There's neocortex, which is responsible for critical thinking, then limbic brain, responsible for emotion. The campaign that we see is aimed there. The limbical brain and this reptile brain inside, which is 300 million years old. When all of the ethical and moral layers of civilization are pierced and broken and the person is ready to fight, then this is when wars start, regardless of whether there's a weapon or not. So we have to be cautious of the situation. We're capable of discussing disinformation narratives. And secondly, many people perceive this at the level of emotion. They're scared, they're anxious, and people rush to buy salt, look for bomb shelters. This is in the cases when the propaganda is in full swing, but I haven't yet seen, lines of people waiting to buy salt or matches.
Let's move to the second part of our panel discussion, trying to search for solutions, especially based on the examples that we have used here. What was the way the Ukrainian governments, the authorities, acted? What was the reaction of the civil society? What could have stopped this information operation? What could have happened to prevent the Novi Sanjara incident? Well, recently we talk about media literacy, and they sell it as the silver bullet and the recipe to successfully counter the Russian disinformation. I'm not so enthusiastic about it because both in the Novi Sanjari incident and another that I will tackle now, the level of media literacy of us will not impact the Russians' actions. The average Ukrainian lives not in the political space. People read stuff from their Facebook and social media groups. So what we need to improve is the delivery of our special services. Let's see what happened on the 26th of November, the meeting of opposers of vaccination. A couple of days after this meeting started close to the parliament, on the website of SBU, the Special Service of Ukraine, it was stated that most likely the special operation is created by the Russian Federation because on the meeting used the placards that had the QR code of the biggest political force of Russia, Единая Россия, Uniform Russia, and but we knew that this has been planned before the event. If only we would knew that it's the Russian Federation that is behind the special operation, our reaction would be different. Here it looks like that we're putting down the fire, but we win only when our enemy reacts to our actions, not vice versa. So if only on the eve of the event, the SBU will notice that it's the action planned by the Russian Federation, the perception of the public of this event next day would be so much more difficult. So I don't want our special services to take it wrongly, but I believe they are not delivering. They need more agents. They need more informants who would provide them with information. Because right now, even when our special services do receive mega important information about the involvement of foreign governments in some operations, they ask media to publish this information, but not all of the editors are ready for this because people don't believe the government. So I would simplify it. I would place this information on the website of a news agency, pay for this, but state that it's being disseminated by the Security Service of Ukraine. So I believe that the state budget could handle the transparent procurement of such information space in the publications to cover as many people as possible. So not only media literacy is what we need, but the full-fledged reform of the SBU and other special services, so at least being able to debunk the disinformation on time if we're not ready to react in advance. But when I was telling people that Novi Sanjari was the special operation of the Russian Federation, unfortunately it was not done by SBU. It took me 5 working days on my own, 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 head, that I gathered all this information, published. The State Service of Ukraine employs thousands of people, of which there are lots of experts who are great intelligence and counterintelligence officers. So you believe that in Novi Sanjari, if only the special services would be proactive, then we could prevent this? Well, in Novi Sanjari, I would like to criticize the government at large, cabinet ministers, and the Ministry of Healthcare that has not launched the proper information campaign when everyone from the smallest child to the senior people would know what's going on. Well, let's give the example of what our enemy, the Russian Federation, was doing to avoid things like we had in Novi Sanjari. What they did, they had a massive campaign on their TV channels where they explained, pacified their viewers, and when planes were bringing evacuees to their territory, nowhere was throwing stones into those buses. Why? Because they had a special program that would dispel the myths and share the information on a daily basis, something that we lacked. Well, at the same time, I believe we need to differentiate what is the special operation of the Russian Federation, what is not, because those QR codes that you mentioned of those who are opposing vaccination, it was similar to what was happening in the Russian Federation at the same time. Well, QR codes were used as the flash mob of addressing the federal authorities by the municipalities. Well, let's visit the SBU website, and the official statement there is that the leader of those anti-vaccination people is Mr. Stachev, who is suspected of having some ties with the Russian special services, and there is proof of that, and he is the leader of this anti-vaccination movement. By the way, this movement of anti-vaccinators is the platform that the Russian Federation is using now to spread the separatist sentiments in Ukraine, because this Ostap Stachev is one of the leaders of the movement that claims that Ukraine is not an independent country, that it's a private corporation, that our authorities are not legitimate. And this scenario, by the way, we have witnessed previously, back in 2016, for instance, and it was in 2016 that I did a large-scale investigation myself about so-called territorial communities, the job of which was to divide Ukraine into small fiefdoms or mini-states, thus creating a so-called federative republic. Back then, in 2016, we managed to put down this fire. The SBU has conducted large operation, conducted more than 70 searches nationwide, and put a stop to this movement. Now we see the similar scenario, but now it's 2021. Okay, thank you. Roman, then back to you. I would like you to share your thoughts. What could the Ukrainian state do to mitigate those Russian efforts to influence and encourage Ukraine? There are independent media in Russia. Well, there is no such thing in Russia. Okay, which we believe are independent, like Novaya Gazeta, Dozhd, and others. Well, with all the huge impact that those publications in Russia did when they wrote about the cemeteries full of killed in action Russian military and buried in 2014 and 15, they've been helpful in sharing this information. But you need to recognize that all of the Russian media will write or speak about Ukraine negatively, regardless of what's going on, because the story about a small boy who allegedly was killed in the occupied territory of Donetsk region, and IC did conduct the investigation. They learned that this kid was murdered, but because his father was careless in treating the hand grenade. So the Russian occupants, they don't care what actually happens. It's important that such case could be used for them, using for 2 weeks the situation in order to find out whether they can use it as casus belli. And these people are so talented. They can use the smallest facts. If not, they will come up with something. They would invent a story. And that's why we need to be quite proactive in how we block the Russian transmitters, if you will, because there's a fine line here. Ukraine is not a dictatorship. We are facing a democratic institutions in work because the opposition claims that, well, the authorities are under-delivering. They point out lots of drawbacks, and sometimes they try to pump it up to crazy levels. But the job of this military propaganda or enemy or malignant disinformation is all about people stopping trusting their government, their military, their president. Well, not just a president as a person, but what is the institution that enjoys the highest level of trust of the population are the armed forces, actually, which only shows that things are not that bad, and that's what makes me moderately optimistic here. So what could we do? Well, keep doing our job and multiply the findings and achievements, and everything will be nice and well. I started receiving lots of questions from our viewers who are actively involved in our forum discussion. So what are the three main ideas that the Ukrainians, or everyone from kids to adults, should know to be resilient to disinformation? So what three ideas would you suggest? Well, if I start, then the axiom here is this: the Russian media always lies about Ukraine. You just need to acknowledge it. It includes the pro-Russian media as well. So this is an axiom. This is a theory that doesn't need to be proven. Just state it like this: the Russian media always lie about Ukraine. And that's the starting point. Because when we discuss those anti-vaccination movement people, well, look how interesting it is. The people who are pumping up those topics, for some reason, they are members of the pro-Russian camp, and they are the promoters of those topics. So we need to clearly show people when Medvedchuk and Putin were trying to promote Sputnik, then vaccination was great and everyone needs to vaccinate, and the Ukrainian authorities were bad. Now they say, oh, no, that violates your rights. These are American vaccines, not Orthodox vaccines. They force you. This is violation of your rights. And then what? Well, again, the Ukrainian authorities are bad. Well, as citizens of Ukraine, we can argue between ourselves how good or bad our authorities are, but all those battles between the proponents of Poroshenko, Zelensky, sometimes idiots are involved in those conversations, but let's not lose our common sense, because we have territories of Ukraine occupied, and those occupied territories in the east of Ukraine don't have anything, neither Sputnik nor anything that the World Health Organization could offer them. So the actions of Russians in terms of vaccination is one and the same, to weaken Ukraine, full stop. And then we are back to the main statement: the Russian media always lies. Okay, thank you. Lyubov, what are those three ideas that Ukrainians need to acknowledge to become more resilient to disinformation? Well, what if I offer four? Great. Number one, when you heard any information, go to the official websites of government authorities. Of course, we don't live in an ideal world, but most likely at an official site of the government authority, a truthful information would be posted. Idea number two: do not trust bloggers, because they have their own, the people who ordered their, requested their information, and they're not liable, they're not responsible for what they say. They would not be fired, they would not lose money, only reputation, but those bloggers have fans who would always believe them. But the average Ukrainian should know that if it's something that has been mentioned by a blogger, don't always be except for one exception, for Roman symbolic. We'll think about it, but most likely not. Sorry, but not. Thirdly, read the laws. The Ukrainian laws clearly state how this country operates, starting with civil and family laws, ending up with what the president can and cannot do. So you heard the information, you read the law, and you double check whether what you heard or read complies with the law or not. If it does not comply, that means that's a lie. And the fourth is this. Always ask a question when you heard some information, who would benefit from it? If we ask this question, then it will start the thinking process, what this information was disseminated for. Is it useful, needed at all? For instance, the information about the crucified boy, who it could be beneficial for. Let's go through the list. The armed forces of Ukraine? No. The president of Ukraine and the government of Ukraine? No, it's not beneficial for them. To the local residents who wanted to talk about this, no, it's not beneficial. But who is it beneficial to? The Russian Federation that wants to plant the panic nationwide. Okay, thank you for your 4 principles. Now let's ask Yuri, what are those key ideas that you believe Ukrainians should recognize to become more resilient to disinformation? Disinformation is the war of interpretations. Whoever gave the answer wins. So you need to repel the disinformation of the enemy and share your own information. We don't have to have the code of propaganda. No, that would bring nothing. We need to evolve the independent mass media. Well, again, when our enemy distributes the information, they are trying to hit our emotions. So first you react emotionally, then you start reposting it. So the very quick recommendation to the consumers of information, if the information has somehow touched your feelings and you want to repost it immediately, well, give it a time, put it on pause. Most likely it's not fully truthful. Well, also, I have the Prigozhin troll on internet, so I can see from inside how this information is disseminated. You can block it, or you can explain with screenshots how it's actually done, and it looks quite nice when the same set of comments, and I give the screenshots of how different people disseminate it on various pages. Well, they use the same wording, the same words, the same fonts. So could it happen like this? The structural disinformation, as they call it. Media literacy. Well, media literacy works with the critical thinking. It's the different parts of the brain that works with the emotions. That's why psychologists, behavior experts, social anthropologists, sociologists should be involved to put the narratives into its components and try to figure them out.
So we need a multi-layered approach. It takes more than one comment to explain it, but Ukraine still has some efficiency resource to combat influence campaigns. You mentioned in your first point that your first comment that you said that we cannot have a ministry of propaganda. So I would like to read the next question from our audience. What's the red line between the monopoly to information and control over disinformation in the conditions of military times? That's a question from Maria Yeremeyeva. Let's start with you, Yuri, and then we'll give the floor to our panelists in the studio. The escalation, wartime, the victim state would need to run a campaign, a mobilization campaign, information campaign, includingly. But there's a major difference between that and the information campaign of the aggressor state. If the aggressor sends their people to another country to kill people, the victim of aggression sends their own citizens to defend those that are in their country. And even when there's a war ongoing, and there's a need to engage social operations and so on. There are ways to do that. In peaceful times, however, counter propaganda doesn't help much. Raising awareness helps more than counter propaganda. So, it's wartime right now, right? So, what does Ukraine have to do? Right now, it's peaceful time, we can say, in the context of information operations. Of course, there is an ongoing war, people are dying, and under given circumstances, it's much more important to inform people about the truth. We need to put this time to good use. And this is not the time for counter-propaganda mobilization campaign. Roman, what do you have to say about the line between monopoly to disinformation and control over disinformation? Well, I can go on talking about that for a very long time because, on one hand, this is for someone a very fine line. Those who are trying to claim that Ukraine is a failed state or something along those lines, don't defend it because Putin is going to come and make you happy. Well, this is something for the special services, the security services to deal with. And as far as the government's response to crimes against government, we don't score much there. The people that were incriminated in most horrible crimes against Ukraine, Russian referendum in Donbass, I haven't seen a single one convicted for that. Even though criminal code is very explicit on what they did. I'm not saying they have to be thrown behind bars for the entirety of their lives, but we need to show Ukraine is a mother, but for those who hate her, she will be a stepmother. So the idea is that some tend to believe that you are run by Biden and so on, and then they start talking about the great Russian literature, Pushkin, Prilepin. So first they go with literature, and then they come with tanks. And if people do not spot that right away, that it might be too late. We have a multitude of threats that we are faced with. And if we were to recall this phrase, Ukraine above all, and that's allegedly by the nationalists, this makes a lot of sense nonetheless. Because Ukraine above all means Ukraine as an institution. And The thing is that there are talking heads that keep saying that Ukrainian military are criminals. We know who those talking heads are. We all know about them. And this keeps happening. Those statements keep appearing. Which begs the question that we need to improve something. But the process already started, so I believe everything is going to be okay. Thank you. Lyubov, over to you. Where is the line between monopoly to information and control over disinformation in times of war? I do not see the line. And I have to explain why. I went to Zolote 4 when there were discussions whether the troops need to be withdrawn, and with that's a town in Donbass, and the people there kept telling me one thing. That's a phrase that you probably heard. They said, "You simply need to stop shooting. Let's have the troops withdrawn. You just need to stop shooting." The people who have spent many years and the conditions when they keep hearing the shelling and the shots, they're not the people who have to be explained what war is. They've experienced that for many years, but they still continue saying, "You simply need to stop shooting." What does this suggest? This means that the security services and their government is very soft, like kittens in fighting the propaganda. We need to grow up and we need to get tough. Because this stand-in, when we're only asking the international partners to protect us, is weakness, and nobody respects the weak. Ukraine has to be strong, and our strength is the courage, the bravery, and if we become more courageous in our operations, and if people in Zolote 4 that watch Russian TV, Russian propaganda, they need to understand that truly there's a need for more courage, for more decisiveness. And when I talk to our security services that are stationed very close to the red lines, they are frustrated, depressed, and it's a horrible thing to try and to lift the spirits of the security service officers. And you know what needs to be done? Instead of quashing the initiatives of the special forces officers, the grassroots initiatives that are quashed, instead those initiatives have to be supported. Because this frustration and reluctance to do anything will never help us win in the information war. We would simply be trying to convince people of something and just writing memos, and that's it. And I have a question for you from the chat. You said that you can prove that the panic in Novi Sanjari was a special operation. This is the first time I'm hearing that. How could the information be spread, and how can this be done more efficient? So, lack of information about the special operation. I'm sorry. I'm just a journalist, and my responsibilities are collecting information, analyzing information, and turning into the text. The editorial team publishes the operation, and I have no influence as far as the spreading of information is concerned. I would really like every literate citizen of Ukraine to read this investigation, and I would highly recommend this investigation, this piece to be read by people, because this situation is one of the examples of how disinformation actually works. We have 5 minutes for closing remarks. Let's recap. Please say what's the one thing that needs to change in Ukraine that could make us more resistant to disinformation. Roman? You know, I have to mention one name here, Vlad Dmitriev, the 5-year-old boy that died, that was mentioned today. The death of this boy was used by information troops of Russia as casus belli. This is a real person that died. Regarding the question you asked, I think I'd have to say common sense, because in the case of Novi Sanjari, we can see that this is quite a vivid example which showed the stupidity, the negligence. But where did this come from? This fear, it did not appear out of nowhere. Our, well, colleagues that are hungry for clickbait, what do? I remember a video that was captioned "horrible virus in China, people dropping dead in the streets." And yeah, then you see a video, CCTV black and white video with the person standing in the street and then falling. Why? No way, no way. When I was young, I could, drop down and fall asleep. My point here is that the situation with the virus is crazy. People know more about the situation now, and there are anti-vaxxers now, but early on, this infodemic, it emerged. So common sense, your point is common sense for everyone. Yes, because this CCTV video coverage does not give you any analysis per se. And, it happens sometimes that people fall, people die. Okay, so we heard what you wish for the journalists and for everyone. Lyubov, I would really like the governmental bodies to be more active in the development of their information policy. Unfortunately, the civil society and our governmental officials are not yet used to the idea of developing the information policy, not for the period of the month ahead of you, but 5-10 years. As soon as we have the clear idea of where we're moving, then all the governmental bodies will be able to explain to the citizens what's happening and answer all the questions. And disinformation appears where there is scarce information. So with help of develop information plans, it would be much harder to spread disinformation. Thank you. And Yuri, what would you like to change in Ukraine? One thing to make us more resilient to disinformation. The deaths of people at war can be prevented by two things: when the victim stops resisting or when the aggressor stops attacking. There's a language of war in any war. We won't be able to describe the second way to stop a war with the aggressor's language. To stop shooting, this phrase, I know people with a degree, highly professional people, who see the only way to stop a war is stopping resistance. And I would like Ukrainian public, the journalists, to stop using the language of the aggressor. Instead, they need to use the concepts that are part of the international framework, international standards, and common sense. Okay, thank you. So we now have the suggestions from our colleagues. Thank you very much for participating in the panel. Thank you very much for your ideas. Hopefully it was useful to our audience to listen to the topic of disinformation as a tool of influence campaigns. Thank you very much for your attention.
нас є 4 стратегічних напрямки. Це медіаграмотність, це протидія інформаційним загрозам, підтримка незалежних медіа, а також ще один напрямок – це інформаційна реінтеграція тимчасово окупованих територій. У нас поки що маленька команда, але ми дуже активні. Окрім того, ми маємо чимало експертів, з якими ми співпрацюємо. Наприклад, в рамках одного проєкту ми маємо групу тренерів, сертифікованих Deutsche Welle Академії. Ми також працюємо з дослідниками, оскільки одна із форм нашої активності – це проведення досліджень. Тому ми з великою кількістю експертів співпрацюємо на ринку. Так склалося, що основний фокус нашої активності в системі освіти відбувається. Ми працюємо з університетами і з факультетами журналістики. Один із таких проєктів, який ми реалізували, ми розробили для них низку навчальних матеріалів і посібників, які стосувалися того, як викладати журналістику конфлікту, тому що це дуже важливе питання. Ось у мене з собою цей посібник, хоча він є в електронному вигляді. Тому що майбутні журналісти, які виходять в професію, вони повинні розуміти, що відбувається у нас в країні, які є проблеми і як протидіяти тим інформаційним впливам, з якими вони зіштовхнуться, коли вже прийдуть в професію. Сьогодні ми реалізуємо дуже цікавий новий проєкт, який стосується абсолютно нової теми. Це захист персональної цифрової ідентичності в умовах інформаційного безладдя. І наша задача – визначити ризики, які є для кожного з нас, для нашої цифрової ідентичності в сучасних умовах. І, власне, ми проводимо дослідження, і це досить широкий комплекс питань, які ми зачіпаємо в своєму дослідженні. Це і правові ризики, і психологічні ризики, і безпекові ризики, а також репутаційні ризики. Вихід на нові аудиторії – це дуже важливо, тому що громадські організації дуже багато роблять роботи, але насправді вони замкнулися в своїх аудиторіях, і нам потрібно розширювати коло людей, з якими ми працюємо. Це стосується і факт-чекінгу, і боротьби з протидії з фейковою інформацією, але також і поширенням медіаграмотності не лише, скажімо, для молодого покоління, але й для старшого покоління, для дорослих людей. Тобто це важливий момент. І ще один важливий момент, який стосується більше держави і більше, скажімо так, системи координації – це координація всіх зусиль. Координація між різними відомствами, міністерствами, тими, хто відповідає безпосередньо за ці питання, а також координація зусиль з громадським сектором. Це дуже важливо. Якщо ми знайдемо нові змісти для дискусії, тоді це дуже важливо. А насправді є про що поговорити, тому що є дуже багато нових викликів, які виникають, в тому числі і в контексті цифровізації всього в нашому житті. Тому що Росія насправді зараз свої стратегії, безпекові стратегії, вона зосереджує увагу на розвитку різних програм, розробці різних програм, забезпечення технічного. І нам в цьому сенсі є про що поговорити, тому що в такому аспекті дискурс ще не відбувався.
Ми започаткували нову ініціативу «Київ StratCom форум», який має стати місцем зустрічі громадських організацій, держави і закордонних партнерів. Це флагманський проєкт центру, який має стати майданчиком для обміну досвідом між Україною та нашими партнерами з Європейського Союзу та Північно-Атлантичного альянсу.
Найголовніше в боротьбі з дезінформацією і пропагандою – це системний підхід. Тобто не зупинятись, будувати стратегії і будувати комплексні дії, які би знову і знову могли би реагувати на ті виклики, які повсякденно з'являються в російській пропаганді.
Діалог важливий, тому що дезінформація вона відбувається не на одній платформі, не в одній країні, вона відбувається усюди. Це чудова нагода обмінятися досвідом, перевірити, що працює, що не працює, можливо, якось прилаштувати свою роботу.
Якщо не говорити про себе, про тебе ніхто не буде говорити. І Україні достатньо важливо говорити про себе на будь-якому майданчику, особливо з міжнародною спільнотою.
Я вважаю, що будь-що розпочинається саме з розмови, з комунікації. Бо неможливо спланувати спільну діяльність, якщо ви не зустрілися з партнерами, не почули їхні думки, не дізналися про те, що вже зроблено. Тому будь-які форуми мають сенс, безумовно. І вони потрібні суспільству.
Для того, щоб дати ефективну відповідь на цей виклик дезінформації, нам потрібно об'єднати зусилля, побудувати громадянську екосистему, спільні канали комунікації і мобілізацію у відповідь на гібридні, інформаційні та іншого роду загрози.
Лише об'єднавши зусилля громадськості та державних органів, ми будемо здатні протистояти інформаційній агресії та війні.
Для українських правозахисників має дуже велике значення, тому що чим менше посередників від тих, хто напряму працює в полі, до тих, хто приймає рішення про допомогу, тим краще спрацьовує ця взаємодія, і тим краще можна донести інформацію і увійти в безпосередню співпрацю.
Нам необхідно бути більше в контакті одне з одним, необхідно більше одне одному довіряти, і тільки тоді ми можемо бути справді ефективні. Справді продуктивне партнерство, яке поєднує всі ці риси, могло б зробити нам багато хорошого у протидії дезінформації на державному рівні.
Дуже хочеться, щоб урядові структури були відкритіші і оперативно надавали інформацію. Я вважаю, що Київ StratCom форум може стати тим майданчиком, де ми спільно зможемо знайти рішення викликів, які перед нами сьогодні стоять.
Вихід на нові аудиторії – це дуже важливо, тому що громадські організації дуже багато роблять роботи, але насправді вони замкнулися в своїх аудиторіях, і нам потрібно розширювати коло людей, з якими ми працюємо.
Київстратфорум – це чудова можливість ще раз зібратися, обмінятися думками і зрозуміти, чи є у нас спільний, чіткий шлях на даний момент. Чи, можливо, нам потрібен ще час, ще зусилля для того, щоб цей шлях знайти?
За рахунок цього майданчику, по-перше, можна скоординувати зусилля, по-друге, нагадати ті загрози, які стоять перед нами, і спільно знайти рішення і напрацювати наступні кроки разом.
Ці події, які підтримують, підживлюють суспільну дискусію, зокрема про протидію дезінформації, дуже важливі. Суспільна дискусія має тривати, і ті зміни, які стаються і мають статися в майбутньому, це, власне, продукт цієї суспільної дискусії, і ми всі маємо брати в ній участь.
Це одна із площадок, які можуть стати точкою кристалізації і дати нам рецепти, стратегії, нові інновативні рішення і поштовх для дій.
Вітаю, я Ігор Соловей, і я керівник Центру стратегічних комунікацій та інформаційної безпеки. Наше завдання – боротися з російською пропагандою та зовнішніми інформаційними загрозами, спільними зусиллями держави та громадського суспільства. Ми прагнемо зробити державні комунікації сталими, а українців – стійкими до зовнішніх інформаційних атак. Для цього Центр працює з державними органами, громадськими організаціями та розбудовує співпрацю з нашими міжнародними партнерами. Ми проводимо інформаційні кампанії, тренінги та розбудовуємо сталі стратегічні комунікації. Хоча Центр, що зовсім молодий і існує менше року, за цей час все одно ми встигли плідно попрацювати на інформаційному фронті. Ми відповіли Путіну, чому не трісне українська газотранспортна система, і йому радше варто хвилюватись за власні газопроводи, де аварії відбуваються набагато частіше. Ми довели, чому українці мали право застосовувати безпілотники «Байрактар», чим, до речі, обурили ворогів і змусили їх визнати, що українці у цій інформаційній битві їх обіграли. А ще ми підняли на нові висоти місто Моршин, бо саме Центр першим розповів про унікальний досвід вакцинації у цьому місті. Ця історія увірвалась у всі українські медіа і породила справжню хвилю мемів. Звісно, це не повний перелік проєктів, які реалізовував та реалізовує зараз центр. Не про всі ми можемо розказати і не всіма ми можемо хизуватися, особливо в умовах війни. Але я вірю, що настане той час, коли і про них ми можемо вам розповісти. А ще трохи нашої роботи в цифрах. Наш колектив виріс. За півроку ми провели більше 20 заходів та написали більше 150 статей та новин. Надрукували 100 тисяч примірників брошури у разі надзвичайної ситуації або війни. Центр з нуля запустив сторінки в усіх провідних соціальних мережах, і загальна аудиторія за ці неповні півроку сягнула більше 500 тисяч читачів. І це лише початок, попереду багато роботи, проєктів та інформаційних кампаній у співпраці з громадськими організаціями та нашими міжнародними партнерами.
Я визначаю основною діяльністю безпосередньо факт-чекінг, але класичний, тобто перевірку політиків, посадовців, іноді журналістів чи експертів. Наступний напрямок – це протидія фейкам та дезінформації. В першу чергу саме російській дезінформації, звісно ж. І третій, але не менш важливий напрямок – це навчання і освіта для населення України. Якщо говорити про людей, які щодня безпосередньо працюють саме в напрямку факт-чеку, дезінформації, фейків і так далі, це близько 10 людей. Ми даємо можливість кожній людині, кожному працівнику організації, кожному працівнику проекту розвиватися кожного дня. Це дозволяє нам створювати чудові, потенційно унікальні проекти, продукти, які ми потім можемо масштабувати на рівні уже цілої країни. Отже, перший – це проект, який називається «Мисливець за фейками». Це вже довершений проект, який пізніше все ж таки, напевно, продовжиться. Все народилося з простої історії. Фейки, в які вірить кожен українець, міфи, в які вірить кожен українець. Наприклад, народна медицина. Ми сформували великий пул саме ось цих фейків, ось цієї міфоутворюючої історії і подали це все у відеоформаті з коментарями експертів, лікарів і так далі. Це все виходило на центральному телеканалі UA1, в прайм-таймі, до речі. І що саме головне, ці фейки були орієнтовані на конкретну аудиторію, на старше покоління, і саме тому UA1. Не менш важливим проектом, який у нас вже триває більше ніж 1,5 роки, це співпраця з Фейсбуком в Україні по перевірці та маркуванню неправдивої, недостовірної інформації та фейків у соцмережі, тобто це Фейсбук та Інстаграм, де ми знаходимо ці фейки та недостовірну інформацію, перевіряємо, робимо аналітичний матеріал і потім відповідне маркування проводимо в соцмережі. Охоплення мільйонні. І що найважливіше, існують дуже гарні дослідження, які показують, що ця робота дійсно має вплив на користувачів Facebook. Ще одним надважливим, як для нас, так я вважаю, і для всієї України проектом є співпраця із Центром стратегічних комунікацій. В рамках цього проекту ми робимо щотижневий моніторинг російської дезінформації в українських медіа. Навіть не скільки в українських медіа, а в проросійських медіа, які маскуються під українські. Друзі, я
Dear friends, I'm happy to welcome everyone who's watching or listening to us. I'd like to welcome our guests that will be joining me soon and the organizers of Kyiv StratCom Forum 2021. I believe you heard a lot of interesting things yesterday and today in our discussion that we're about to have in the next an hour or so is something quite unexpected. We won't simply be talking about theory, but we will talk about some very important philosophical issues that are significant to each and every Ukrainian. I have to tell you that I will be switching to English, but because our speakers are English speaking, but we will have interpretation into Ukrainian. So no worries. And on social media, please write your questions that you would like us to ask our speakers, and I will read them out. Okay, so let's begin.
Максим Скубенко, and today I will moderate this discussion, and we will discuss the current challenges in the field of disinformation and threats to the democracy. Today, I will, with pleasure, want to present our speakers. First one who actually in a studio right now with me is Tamta Otiashvili. I think it's correct, yeah?
Correct.
Senior program manager, researcher, and counteractor of disinformation program. Yeah. I think we will start with Tamta because our two guests like a little late, but I hope they will be able to join us. But for now, I will just present them too. In line with us will be Jacob Kalensky, senior fellow at Atlantic Council, and we are waiting in the studio Marco Ferraro, sector manager for strategic communication and human rights of Euro Union delegation to Ukraine. I think he will join us like in 10 minutes. As a person who has been working in the field of counteracting disinformation threats for the last like 6 or 7, I think, years, I have repeatedly speaking, teaching everybody in these topics. But in this discussion, I will be a listener because I think our guests have the lot to say and a lot of thoughts. For example, I want just to share thoughts of Tamta. She thinks that democracy is a necessary part to build resilience to the disinformation. And so I want to give a word to Tamta just to present her thoughts in the first minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Maxim. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I also, on my part, want to congratulate for the successful day yesterday that we all saw of the forum. As you already introduced me, I am Tamta Otiashvili, and I'm running National Democratic Institute's research and countering disinformation programs in Ukraine. So a little bit about democracy and hybrid war. Information attacks and manipulations have been part of the hybrid warfare for some time. But disinformation, the way we define it, is a relatively new phenomenon. With the widespread availability of the internet and faster than ever news cycles, malicious actors have adopted their tools to fit this time. More than ever before, disinformation attacks are persistent, sustainable, and adaptable, and they're making our regular tools harder and harder to deploy. Disinformation is also opportunistic. It thrives on divisions, destabilizing socio-political environment, dividing groups, undermining the work done by human rights activists, demonizing already marginalized groups and societies, discouraging citizen participation, influencing elections. Just on the election example, it's no coincidence that we see disinformation escalating around election cycles, because this is the very test of democracies. Political stakes are high. Or when we see attacks in Ukraine, for example, attacking human rights, equality and inclusion with the goal to undermine Ukraine's aspirations towards the West. What I'm saying, I guess, is that ultimately disinformation aims to undermine democracy by attacking its fundamental principles from many different angles. So then the question begs, what can we do to prevent disinformation from overwhelming democratic processes and institutions? Unfortunately, as much as I want to tell you, Maxim, that there is no silver bullet, and I think we can all agree on that. However, strengthening democracy, the very target of disinformation, is probably the most efficient way to fight with the problem. And democracy as a concept is not new to Ukrainians. Time and time again, Ukrainians demonstrate extremely strong desire for Ukraine to become a fully functioning democracy. People are very clear in NDI's public opinion polls, as well as in many other polls done in Ukraine, in what they want ultimately for this country. And this is not just an empty concept. Democracy, the way Ukrainians understand it, means equal justice, human rights, freedom of speech, free and fair elections. So all of these fundamentals that disinformation fights against. Interestingly also, some of the commonalities of democracies, such as active participation in civic or political life or high level of political awareness, is also a very strong predictor of resilience, also based on the research data that we have done. And Ukraine has been in this fight for quite a long time. But it's worth mentioning that it has also made tremendous success. I want to just highlight a few of the many, many initiatives where Ukraine has demonstrated its leadership and active participation in countering disinformation. The establishment of government entities dedicated specifically to fight against disinformation, for example, is an important step forward to put the counter-disinformation agenda top on the governmental level. There is tremendous work done by civil society organizations. We see their efforts every day, and we see that they're also coordinating and communicating, for example, through Disinformation Coordination Hub, where civil society organizations come together to coordinate, cooperate, strategize. Organizations such as Texti or Institute of Mass Information, Detector Media, that give us so much analytics and monitoring that we can better understand the tactics of disinformation and be in a better position to counter it, to adopt strategies to counter it. Fact-checking initiatives such as VoxCheck, StopFake, and many others that on everyday basis give us factual, corrected information. And then proactive strategies, of course, by raising awareness activities by Ukrainian Crisis Media Center or Internews Ukraine, whether it would be media literacy programs recently deployed by Ministry of Culture or IREX, or training, supporting better quality journalism by Internews. All of these efforts are contributing to tipping the scales. The impact also of these efforts are very clear. Again, based on what we see in the past few years, public opinion research shows that now more than ever, Ukrainians acknowledge the problem of disinformation, its existence, they do. And more importantly, they also have a better idea of why Ukraine is targeted by disinformation efforts. However, there are still challenges, and we need to figure out the ways to fight against these challenges. The path towards winning the information war is not easy. The information manipulations are complex, so we need to adopt the strategic response to it. We need to be coordinated and strategic to achieve success. We need to maximize effort to achieve better impact. We need to be smart in how we target and who we target. It is only through these comprehensive approaches that we'll be able to protect the integrity of information, and by that protect the principles of Ukraine's democracy.
Thank you, Tom. I have a little little question before we move to the summary, and then I will give the word to our next speaker, Marco. So you told that the disinformation is like a new thing for the world, not only for Ukraine. And I want just to clarify how you can. What you can tell us about the myths and stereotypes from the 90s, and because Russian disinformation, especially Russian disinformation, and Ukrainian politicians actually are using these myths and stereotypes for strengthening the disinformation narratives in Ukraine right now. So it's like just a mix of old myths, old stereotypes, and new ways to share disinformation with the audience. What can you tell us a few words about this?
Yes, thank you, Maxim. I guess I should clarify the information manipulations is definitely not new, as you noted, and we have been seeing this back in the Soviet times through information propaganda and so on. But disinformation, because of this new cycle, because of the technological advancements, because of the fast-paced news cycle, and just the availability of online or otherwise information, I think makes disinformation transform in a much faster, in a much more influential problem than it was before. And then, of course, we have, with the technological advancements, we have new tools of that these informers are deploying. So I think that's what I meant. But definitely, it goes back. It doesn't. The problem doesn't start just a few years ago. It goes deeper into societal fictions. It tries to divide over the existing divisions and insecurities in the society.
Yeah. Thank you, Tomta. And just a little summary for our viewers in Ukrainian, like we start. Підсумовуючи, Тамта хотіла сказати.
Summing up, Tanta wanted to mention that there is no silver bullet or killer's heel in disinformation, but Ukraine has substantial victories, in particular with the help of such initiatives as StratCom Forum, and thank you for mentioning it, and Institutes of Mass Information, Stop Fakes, and other organizations that work in this area. And obviously there are many others, and hopefully there will be even more programs that allow us to combat disinformation. But also Tanta suggested that it's too early for us to rest on our laurels. There are still some challenges that we need to recognize and acknowledge, and thus be able to join our efforts to be able to fight for the Ukrainian sovereignty and democracy and our life at that.
Need to change my language into English, and we got a new speaker. Marco just joined us, and Marco, actually we just have a first words to warm up before the questions, and I want you to share with us your thoughts about democracy practices, about disinformation. All you can share with us will be very important for our viewers and me.
Sure. Thank you, Maxim, for having me here. I think I will also start by making a short introduction about myself.
Sorry, if you just for you to know, I made an introduction.
Okay.
That's not like, oh, that's Marco tells us something. I already make introduction, but yeah, feel free to introduce yourself for our viewers.
I'll just say that that me, like I guess many other Europeans, I got exposed to the problem of disinformation in the modern world, watching what was happening here in Ukraine during the time of Maidan. So this to say that for many people who are active as professionals in the field of countering disinformation, the events that took place and are taking place in Ukraine have been a watershed, not only for this country, but for the whole of Europe and perhaps for the whole world. The European Union has evolved its stance on the problem of disinformation in recent years, taking also lesson from what happened in Ukraine, but also from what happened in other parts of the world, and also within the European Union. And now the European Union has a common stance on how to approach the issue of countering disinformation. And I'm happy to present this today because disinformation, like many other terms like hybrid and 20 years ago the term war on terror, has become a very successful term. But it is important that we, as European Union and as the international community, we remember that countering disinformation needs to be always consistent with the respect for fundamental values and for human rights. These are the values that keep the European Union together, that inform the European Union cooperation with its partners, with Ukraine. And this is what sets the European Union approach and our common approach to countering disinformation aside from what is being done in other parts of the world where authoritarian leaders are also hijacking the agenda of countering disinformation and using it for serving purposes that have nothing to do with building a resilient and inclusive democratic society. So I don't want to go too long, but I'm just introducing some themes. This countering disinformation, I heard you discussing it earlier, needs to be connected with education, with monitoring. I think I want to introduce two themes. One is that, as I said, countering disinformation needs to be done to serve freedom of expression. And therefore, by its definition, it cannot be done in a way that does not respect the freedom of expression of citizens. This can be done according to the Constitution, which always sets some limits for limiting the fundamental freedom of the citizens. And the second theme I want to introduce is the fact that disinformation has often very, very real-world effects on the lives of people. It's not something that we do only online. It's something that impacts the quality of life of people, especially it affects directly the quality of life of weaker groups, of minorities. I just make an example which I think is very familiar to many of us. Crimean Tatars in this moment, they are the object of a very strong propaganda campaign by Russian authorities being blamed for being terrorists. And this propaganda has the very real-life effect of bringing to jail, bringing under torture many individuals who do not have a reason to be there. So I think I will stop here for the moment, but I think we have lots to discuss.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Marco. And a little summary. I heard the main thought in the end. It's like perfect. Disinformation have a direct impact for real lives of people, especially minorities. And I think that the main thoughts we need to discuss today, not only on this panel discussion, but in whole Ukraine. And dear viewers, I think that our third speaker just joined us, and I like to introduce one more time Jacob Kalensky, Senior Fellowship of the Atlantic Council. Jacob, can you tell us your main thoughts about this panel discussion before we move to the direct questions and to the philosophic themes?
Thank you very much, Maxime, and I'd like to thank for the invitation I'm just sorry I can't be there in person. I always enjoyed traveling to Ukraine since it's the front line not only in the kinetic war, but also in the information war. And I learned the most from Ukrainians and their efforts to counter disinformation. Let me talk a bit about what I think can be done against spreading disinformation. I like to talk about the 4 lines of defense, 4 bigger groups of countermeasures. And in each of these groups, we can find some smaller tactical measures. So it will be firstly documenting the threat, secondly, raising awareness about it, thirdly, repairing the weaknesses in the information ecosystem, and finally, fourth, punishing the information aggressors. Let me talk a bit about each of these lines. Documenting is the first and the easiest part, but it is sometimes still neglected. And it's like with the foundations. If you don't have the right foundations, then the house doesn't really stand. It's very hard to do anything else without proper documentation. We need to be constantly monitoring what the disinformation actors spread, through what channels, who do they target. And while there is some great work being done already, be it the Ukrainian projects like Stop Fake, Texty, Detector Media, and many others. In the EU, it's my previous team, EU versus Disinfo. Despite a lot of work being done, we still do not have the answers to some basic questions, like how many disinformation channels are there, how many messages they spread, how many people they persuade. Imagine if we would fight this COVID pandemic and we wouldn't know how many people are infected, how many people are hospitalized, how many people died from COVID. We are in such a situation with disinformation. There's no single authority that would be able to tell us how many disinformation incidents there are in Europe. The second line, raising awareness. So whereas the first line was about gathering more information about the threat, the second line is about spreading the information among more people. This is sometimes done by the same teams that are also doing the monitoring, like the EU versus Disinfo campaign, but it is also a task frequently performed by journalists or think tankers. And I believe it is crucial here to bear in mind that we need many, many various actors here, simply for the reason that there is no single actor that will be capable of reaching the whole population on their own. The government can reach some percentage of the population, and they will also have some percentage of the audience that they will never be able to reach, no matter what they do. Therefore, we need to have various actors delivering the same strategic message to various target groups. Those who think that the government and the mainstream media are just a tool of some globalist conspiracy, they will probably not be persuaded by a solid journalistic article. But we need to be looking for such speakers who will have a chance of persuading this target group. Maybe it's celebrities, maybe it's actors, maybe it's some locally known, respected actor. We simply need a bigger variety of voices here. The third line, repairing the weaknesses of the information ecosystem. I believe this is the line where the government should definitely be leading. This is, for example, about the pressure on social media platforms as one of the factors through which disinformation is spreading. They could still be doing more when it comes to marking toxic content, deranking the disinformation of social media, transparency of algorithms, etc. But it's also about media literacy programs, since the lower level of media literacy is also a weakness of the information ecosystem that the information aggressors can try and target and exploit. It is also about focusing on the vulnerable groups that would be identified thanks to the first line, documenting of the threat. If we manage to document who are the most vulnerable people to disinformation, and if we are able to identify why they are susceptible to disinformation, then we have a much better chance to actually engage with them and set the record straight. And finally, when it comes to limiting and punishing the information aggressors, I genuinely believe we need to be doing much more of this. Otherwise, we will not succeed. Ukrainians are doing it a lot. The Americans are doing it. And I think we should be trying to do this also in Europe. It should be about sanctions against propagandists. Maybe Marco will correct me, but if I remember correctly, Currently, there is only Dmitry Kiselyov on the sanctions list from the so-called journalist on the sanctions list of the EU for his role in the propaganda campaign before the annexation of Crimea. Kiselyov definitely deserves to be there. He spreads hatred against the West, but same Sunday evening, same TV channel, just minutes before Kiselyov, you have Vladimir Solovyov, who, after his show, sits on a plane and flies to Italy to enjoy his villa at Lago di Como. And I just don't think it's right that the person who is making a fortune on spreading hatred against the West and lying about Europeans is actually allowed to enjoy all the benefits that the West has to offer. We could also be sanctioning the organizations spreading disinformation, which would ideally result in removing the advertisements of the Western companies from the disinformation-oriented pseudo-media. Currently, the biggest advertisers on Russian state TV are still Western companies. Western companies are practically paying for anti-Western propaganda. It simply doesn't make sense, in my opinion. And we could also be using the already existing laws. We do not need any new laws. Laws about inciting hatred, inciting violence, spreading defamation, spreading false alarm stories. Here in the Czech Republic, I cannot go to a theater and shout that there is a fire if it's not the case. It is illegal. But how come that it's legal, that someone can freely spread that the Czech Republic is secretly plotting to kill all its citizens with the evil Western vaccines? In my opinion, this is the same false alarm story, and it should be treated as such. So this would be briefly about the 4 lines of defense, and I will be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jacob. Sorry. I need to tell you that your words that hit me right in my feels, that Ukraine need to find the right speakers for each target groups and speak with them in their own language to fight against disinformation and this narrative and fakes, and it's 100% of truth. Thank you so much for your speech. And the last warm-up question to all our speakers today. I just want you to tell me maybe the few 1, 2, 3 fakes or narratives that are working against democracy or against reforms in Ukraine that you are working with, or that you think is impact the most on these 2 topics. If you have so, and if you can share it with us. Who want to start, please? Marco?
Well, this is not a fake, but it's a narrative because it keeps popping up in different forms. It's the idea that when I get on an Uber, the taxi driver asks me, you work for the European Union, so are you here to get all of our money, or what are you doing here? So the narrative behind which we see, not only in talking with the people, random people, but also on social media, is that the external control narrative that basically maintains that Ukraine has lost its sovereignty because it's under the control of international organizations. Of course, the reality is much different. This is not an easy or quick thing to redress, because especially for the European Union, we are involved in communicating more, and this is probably one of the main takeaways that I would repeat in any context talking about disinformation. The best cure for the best antidote for disinformation is to do good quality communication, communicating more, providing reliable information, being engaging audiences. And we are doing this a lot on many levels in Ukraine with different audiences, with the wide population, but also with groups, with students, with entrepreneurs, associations, civil society organizations to explain what the European Union offers to Ukraine in terms of support, what is the basis for Ukraine-EU cooperation, and why we are supporting Ukraine's reforms. So, this narrative of external control is probably what I encounter most often, both in professional and personal life here. I hope it will not be the case in a few years.
Thank you, Marco. I just want to add to your points that in Ukraine there are a lot of myths and stereotypes that we was talking with Tamta, and a few of them are related to the IMF want to take Ukrainian money, Soros want to take Ukrainian wealth, US want our lands, and so on and so on. And Russia disinformation using these myths and stereotypes to force this narrative about external control, and Ukrainian politicians use it to get votes from weaker election groups. So yeah, it's like a very important notes for Ukraine. Tamta, your word.
Yes, thank you. When you first asked the question, which narratives attack democracy, I wanted to say all of it. But on a serious note, I want to go back to the start of the pandemic and then a few months after that, up until now, and bring an example of narratives around COVID-19. And the analysis that Texty did fantastically about the strategies of Russia. There was a lot of conversation whether Russia has a specific strategy in spreading COVID-related disinformation, or it's just a influx of all the narratives possible. But if you do look deeper, and what Jakub was saying, documenting better in how these narratives are spreading around and moving across different platforms, there is a very clear strategy, which can be divided in three parts. The first, we saw influx of all sorts of narratives about COVID. You remember at the beginning that garlic cures COVID and all sorts of...
We've seen right now about 100 fakes about garlic, salo, vodka, and so on that they're working against
Yes.
COVID-19 right now. So it's...
The good thing, though, is we did test the conspiracy theories around COVID. It's not believable by Ukrainian public anymore. But regardless, first was just infusing as many false narratives as possible on different things, whether it would be the healthcare system or the cure, conspiracy narratives, and so on. And that was done to just promote confusion, to confuse people. Step two, there are vaccines in progress, so let's attack the Western vaccines and attack the West by attacking the vaccines. And let's do the entire campaign about that. And the third, once they've exhausted the resources to attack the vaccines, they introduced Russia as a savior. So if you do go back a few months and look at the main narratives, of course, I'm not saying the garlic narrative disappeared, but the intensity of it, of conspiracies decreased, and then we have Russia as a savior. So I think, going back to what Jakub was saying again, I think it's very important to not just think about the narratives as a whole, because at the end of the day, individual narratives are not what's important. The goal, why these narratives are being spread, and what do they want Ukrainians to believe is the main problem. If we do go back, then we see that there is a very well thought through strategy that works on promoting confusion, dividing people, and so on. So yeah, that would be my example.
Yeah, I just want to add, and it's more about techniques and instruments, that before the pandemic we was searching some fakes, and we found that in Ukraine there is a lot in social media in Ukraine. There's a lot of anti-vax groups that are sponsored by Russian forces, and there was in Ukraine, like from not 19th, but early 2000, 2001, 2002, there was a few groups in a live journal, not in social media, but in live journal, and then they moved to the social media like Vkontakte, then into Facebook, and when the pandemic just started, they got the new breath and they start working and spreading these disinformation narratives from Russia and from China in some part, but China disinformation I think was working for all world, not just for Ukraine. You can clarify if you want, because it's like my thoughts. Jakub, do you want to share with us the main facts and narratives you see?
If it's a little of both, what both Danta and Marco said. I think the key narrative that might be undermining the reform road of Ukraine would be this undermining of trust in the both Ukrainian authorities and European Union as well. This moral relativism that it's actually no difference whether we take orders from Brussels or from Moscow, and Brussels is anyway controlled by Washington, so it's just Washington and Moscow the choice. And I think for this undermining of trust into your own institutions, be it governmental institutions, but also institutions like media, this undermining of trust will always be happening on the basis of some recent events. Currently, it's the COVID pandemic that is being used against this. Do not trust your Ministry of Health. Do not trust what your public broadcaster says. The facts are different. I think this is probably the most dangerous one, because I don't think that Ukrainians will fall for narratives like Russia is not present in Donbass. I guess this is something that you might be trying in Western Europe, but probably not in Ukraine. So I think the most dangerous for Ukraine would be this undermining the institutions, both in Ukraine, but also the European institutions that are trying to help Ukraine on their journey.
Friends, I don't know. I don't think I would be wrong if I will say that in Ukraine, even among our viewers, in a secret, even among us, there are people those who supports unconditional freedom of speech, democracy, and those who believe that democracy and freedom of speech cannot and shouldn't work on 100% on full force when we got a war with Russia, during the war with Russia. By the way, I rather related myself to the second group, who I think that we need to have some restriction. But Ukraine, and I shared this question before, and it's like a little bit tricky, so you can, who want may answer this question, but you may answer another question. So Ukraine has imposed sanctions against propaganda channels, about TV channels, against medias. So is this okay? Is this because we in society we have debates about this? Someone thinks that we shouldn't do that because it's like attack on the freedom of speech, on a democracy, because that was a channel and media. And another part talking about that was a good idea. So I personally support this decision. Can you give us like some summary, some assessment of such decision? Who want to answer this tricky question?
I understand why you say yourself that you are more in the second group, and I think there are good reasons for that. having at heart the concern for safeguarding human rights and fundamental freedoms of all, I think we always need to look very critically and carefully in matters that restrict other people's freedoms. And this means that I think if you ask me in which group you want to stay,
Yeah.
I would prefer not to stay in any group. So I think Ukraine has a constitution. It has a system of laws. They need to be applied legally and constitutionally. And this, for me, is the guiding principle for assessing the decisions of the public authorities. And this is the meter for assessing what has been done in the past, and I think the European Union has already taken a public position on that, which by the way was let's say understanding the reasons for this move and backing it. The problem, I think, is when we try to... The issue of disinformation is critical because we hear, and a lot more in the last 2 years because of COVID, we hear a lot of these metaphors about a war, like a war on the COVID and a war on disinformation. And I always feel a bit uncomfortable with this type of metaphors because, as you were also saying, Maxime, when there is a war, then many other things become justified and we lower our standards. But I think it's exactly in the period of when situation is difficult that we need to maintain our standards, otherwise they are not standards. I understand that what I said is maybe very lofty words and very philosophical, but I do believe that there is a narrow road to work. There are not simple solutions. And we need to find a way not to subject these complicated issues to the emotions that are raised by heated debates on social networks, by disinformation and by fake news. This is exactly the mechanism that we are trying to counter. We shall not take this type of decisions motivated by the emotions of the moment, whether they are anger, fear, hate for the enemy. We shall take well thought of decisions based on rules and on the Constitution.
Thank you for your answer. And I just want to mention why I ask this question, because in my opinion, the laws, for example, Germany, France, Italy, they all got European laws, rules, and so on. But Russia disinformation is there. And people of these countries facing this disinformation, and there is a problem with this disinformation. And in Ukraine, we do not have rules and laws. And even if we will get this kind of laws, if we will get the European laws to ourselves, we facing the bigger amount of disinformation attacks from Russia than those countries. And in my opinion, we have a problem, and we will get a problem despite the rules and laws. So that's why I told that I am rather is in the second group who are not who are against the 100% of rule of law, rule of freedom of speech, for example. But I can be wrong in this case because it's like a philosophic, tricky question, tricky moment, yeah.
I think the problem is, for me, is what you have yourself highlighted, meaning that there are the legal framework is not complete. There are laws that are missing. And on this, I think the international community is ready to assist Ukraine to develop the legal framework and have the legal tools to address the problem of disinformation. I will conclude just saying that this is not only a problem of Ukraine, but also of Europe and probably most of the world. The technological change that you have recalled at the beginning is posing new issues for which we need to find new problems. based on a good legal framework, not only you, but all of us.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we just figure out that not only Europe will help us, but we can help Europe too with our experience. Thank you. Jakub, do you want to add something in this topic? Jakub, can you hear us?
I
Jakub,
do
can
think.
you hear us?
Yeah, is it okay? Now there's an echo. Okay, is it okay now? Yeah, great. I do think that Ukraine was right to make this choice. The primary function of the state is to protect the statehood, protect the lives and health of its citizens, and to protect the democratic order that's at least in the constitution of the Czech Republic. And if we have someone who is actively trying to undermine the democratic order, he's attacking one of the basic fundamental principles of the state. The state simply has to defend themselves. On the other hand, I think it would be a bit more elegant to use some slightly different tools than simply saying we are banning Russian channels, because that might backfire and that might cause some concerns whether Ukraine is adequately defending the freedom of speech. I think the instrument of sanctions could be used, which might be easier to advocate. And then I believe all the existing laws that we already have and that I mentioned in the opening remarks. We have laws on incitement of hatred, incitement to violence, spreading false alarm, spreading libel, defamations. I think there is quite a lot of legal instruments we could be using more extensively, and we are not using enough. So I would probably advocate that we would rather use what we already have rather than inventing something new. On the other hand, I fully understand the Ukrainian situation. Ukraine is in a war, both in a kinetic one and in one that has the information dimension. So I think Ukraine has the full right to defend themselves however they see fit.
Yes, I'll be very brief, because my colleagues already mentioned a lot of important points. We can discuss the legal nuances, obviously, but probably will bore the listeners. But there is, as it was mentioned already, there is a lot that we can do in terms of fine-tuning the legislation, where we are not necessarily attacking the freedom of speech, but making Ukraine's legislation stronger. And that's something that we, as in civil society, can work with colleagues in the Verkhovna Rada on that. But at the end of the day, ultimately, we cannot stop the information flow. Let's move away from the TV channels for a second and talk about the websites. There are numerous websites that are being blocked. New ones pop up. So can we chase this endlessly? And is that good use of our time? I think that's the question that we all need to ask ourselves. So what is the alternative, right? The alternative could be what Jakub was talking about, the first three of the four, documenting better and raising awareness especially. So if we can work on tipping the scales on the front of there is more awareness of the threat, there is more understanding of how this threat is a problem to every Ukrainian in the country, I think we can maximize our impact more.
Thank you, Tamta. And actually, my next question is also related to you, but I think Marco and Jakub also can join to answer this question, but it's also a little bit tricky. Sorry, but I saw the words of US Congressman Chris Stewart, who said, You can't pass a law and ban misinformation, disinformation. We have freedom of speech. It is impossible to create a government bureau of truth, or if we will talk in words of Orwell, Ministry of Truth. And actually, we found a lot of new disinformation against Russian disinformation in Russian media and pro-Russia media in Ukraine against the Center of Strategic Communication, and they all challenge that this agency is about propaganda, is about banning the freedom of speech. And so I got like a question. Center of Strategical Communication is a bureau of truth, governmental bureau of truth, or what is it? Just for our viewers, because in my opinion, and we work with this center, it's like the first step to really go into the attack to the disinformation, not just defending from this disinformation. But I want to hear your thoughts, and I think our viewers want it too.
I thank you for that question. I definitely cannot comment on the terms used, and I don't know what those who said it had in mind. I don't mean Orwell, obviously.
That's Russian disinformation.
But in general, on a more serious note, I think Ukraine's step to establish an entity that would specifically work on countering disinformation indicates the urge and the need and the dedication of the government to put disinformation on the highest political agenda. And that is something that is a step forward, obviously. I am also, as you mentioned, we directly work with the Center on Strategic Communications, and I am, as a representative of a civil society, non-governmental sector, I am thankful for the cooperation and the openness. And I think civil society in Ukraine has compiled so much experience that it is only a benefit to any governmental agency to use their expertise. And I'm very happy that these cooperations are happening. Of course, we can do a lot more. Of course, we could set up processes better, and we are working on that together. But I definitely think that the establishment of the center was a step forward to putting more emphasis on countering disinformation, because it is a huge problem in Ukraine and it requires all hands on deck.
A lot of work to do. We need to run just to stay on the same place we are. Yeah. Do you want to add something, Marco?
Briefly, I share Talta assessment that the establishment of the Center for Strategic Communication is a necessary step that allows also organizations like mine to have a partner with whom to plan future actions in support of the information resilience of the country. This said, the approach to countering disinformation needs a whole of society approach. So we need to be establishing cooperation with civil society, with ministries, with regions. The task can be addressed only by having this encompassing backing by whole of society approach.
Thank you, Marco. Jakob, your thoughts?
StratCom task force, we were also being called Ministry of Truth. Ambassador Chizhov was calling us ideologiczny specnaz, ideological special forces. That was also quite nice. I think it's quite normal that if you work in team countering Russian disinformation, that Russian disinformers will be actually trying to attack you. And about the label Ministry of Truth, I'm not really sure whether the people using it actually read Orwell. The Ministry of Truth was involved in falsifying history. Please find me a single incident where either the EU versus Disinfo or the Center for Strategic Communication falsified history. Then we can have a discussion.
There is all work of you versus Resinfo, StratCom, Center of Strategic Communication, like Center, NDI, VoxCheck, and so on. There's all fakes, all disinformation, and so on. They like changing the reality for viewers, for listeners, and for audience of this disinformation. I need support from all three of you to make a statement that, in our opinion, Center of Strategic Communication are 100% in line with all democracy practice, and it's a great institution. a little advertisement for Center of Strategic Communication. Are you agree with me?
I haven't read the statute of the center, but I don't even think that there might be a doubt about this.
Yeah.
So far, we've only had fantastic collaboration experience, trying to bring civil society, which actually, I think that's one thing that we can talk about. Civil society has always been a check for government accountability, has always standing by and utilizing their watchdog functions. So I'm sure that the civil society, these counter disinformation organizations will stand by, and so far the cooperation is going just great.
You just got my thoughts about my next question. But Jakub, do you agree with us?
Highly useful entity. I hope it will continue to have the political support, because without that, it's quite hard to do something meaningful. And I'm really glad to see that it has such a strong support from the civil society. It shows that they are doing something right.
Okay, we have the same thoughts. It's in Center of Strategic Communication in 100% in line with democracy practice of Europe and US, and is great. But the next question is my next big question, and I think it will be our last question, but we'll have no limits to discuss it. Really tricky, really hard, and but I want you to help me to understand where is the answer to this question. So we all know that Ukrainians traditionally have a low level of trust in government, in authorities, in all authorities. And I understand why is this situation appeared, but the main problem is that after 2014, Ukraine start structural changes and reforms, and we saw that Russia disinformation, Russia propaganda, Kremlin trying to impact on these changes and on these reforms just to ensure that Ukraine will stay in the post-Soviet, in the Soviet, I think, in Soviet area, in a field of Russia interesting, and will not move to the Europe, but Ukraine want to move to the Europe. And ex-President Poroshenko faced Russia disinformational attacks on himself and on reforms he do. And now President Zelensky facing the same problems, and not only from disinformation, but also from political structure, from political parties, and all of them are fighting against themselves, against other parties in Ukraine. And I'm talking not about pro-Russian members of parliament, no, but about just groups who are working on the reforms in Ukraine. And now when all world are talking about the war with Russia, that Russia wants to attack, want to make direct attack on Ukraine in the next few months, we all think that political parties in Ukraine fighting against each other like nothing to happen, and don't want to to be as one big front against this Russia aggression. And as a result, I see that each next government will receive a barrage of disinformation, and it will be very difficult to carry on these reforms. So I want to ask you, because Ukraine will not trust the government, and this creates the risk that we will miss the moment to make the real positive changes in this country, in Ukraine. Do you have the answer? What shall we do? How we can force politicians think about Ukraine, about our nation, about our country, but not about their interests? I think Europe faced it a long time ago, but maybe there is a recipe for our country. What can you tell me about this long question and long introduction?
Yes, that was a long question. I'll try to pick up some of the pieces of it. You mentioned very important players into Ukraine's political life, political parties. And political parties, what people expect of political parties in Ukraine is to represent their own interests. So if we follow that train of thought, it's 96% of Ukrainians, or 97%, who think that political parties should represent their own interests. So if we take political parties as ultimately tasked to represent people, sometimes we do see intentional or unintentional spread of misinformation by different actors, not just political parties. And I think what we need, what Jakub was talking about it earlier on, to expanding allies. He talked about informal voices and more non-traditional information transmitters. But I think the same goes to political parties. We should try to build partnerships where possible to, first of all, raise awareness about the threat, because we've discussed how awareness raising is needed in different groups, and political parties across the country might as well be our partners into this work. And once we raise awareness, we need to try to bring them on board to becoming allies into this fight, because no single organization or sector even can defeat Russian disinformation. The volume is so high that we need to build partnerships. We need to work together. Those voices that are determined for Ukraine's democratic transition, of course. And unfortunately, disinformation is fed by political processes and reforms. Every time, if we do go back and document some of the disinformation narratives, every time Ukraine launches a new initiative, every time Ukraine starts working on the reform, every time there is a big political event happening, we see disinformation directly attacking the very topic of these reforms. So I think we just need to create more loud voices, both in terms of volume and quantity, to be allies in the fight against disinformation, including the political parties.
Thank you, Tamta. Marco?
Well, among the several things, very important ones that you mentioned, I just want to make two comments. One on the situation at the border with Russia. I just want to repeat that the European Union supports Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty continuously. It continues to maintain the non-recognition policy of Crimea. This was also repeated recently, a few weeks ago, in the occasion of the latest Ukraine-EU summit. So this is to reaffirm the European Union's commitment to safeguarding the integrity of Ukraine within its borders. The other issue that you touched upon, the more political question about the political sphere, I don't want to enter into that, but I just want to comment on trust. That it's something that Jakub and you also have raised in this talk. That's the key issue. I just want to make this comment that there are reasons why these modern information warfare, these information campaigns have been spearheaded so strongly and clearly in Ukraine in recent years. And it is the fact that this information is much more corrosive, much more the society lacks trust between societal groups, trust between citizens and the political groups. So this is what we need to work on for the future in Ukraine, and not only. This is why countering disinformation in the long term, in the short term, we can work on several issues, tools that Jakub mentioned, but in the long term, we really need to work on rebuilding trust within society.
Thank you, Marco. Jakub?
With Dante and Marco, I think this is one key word that might be useful to highlight: strong institutions resisting, for example, even political pressure. I think that's something that is very hard to achieve and very easy to lose. It's a bit just like gaining trust. It's extremely hard to build, and it's extremely easy to lose. So I think focusing on building strong institutions, including, for example, the Center for Strategic Communication, is one way to go. Another way or another measure that is useful to bear in mind, trying to avoid big mistakes, and the worst mistakes that people who are governing the states can do are corruption scandals. If I remember correctly, one of the annual reports of the Estonian Secret Service Kapo, I think they had corruption cases in the part about protecting democracy, protecting the constitutional order of the country. By tackling corruption, they were trying to protect the democratic order of Estonia. And I think it's useful to bear in mind that there is really a connection between the amount of corruption scandals and the level of mistrust of the population towards its own institutions. I'm not really sure there is like one nice silver bullet. I'm a bit afraid that this is more about the boring day-to-day work, doing it every single day, 5 days a week, or maybe even 6 or 7 days a week. And I think it will be a long and painful process. That's the only sure thing I can see.
Told us there are no simple ways, and it's like very hard to hear for Ukrainians that there are no simple ways, but it's true. There are no. I think no. If you know some simple ways to fight against, please share with us. I think Ukraine will use it, and everything will be okay. So we have like 5 minutes. I will take 1 minute in the end, even 20 seconds in the end. So do you want to tell the last words for our audience of today? Last words is not best quotes, but you want to say something in the end of our discussion. You have such opportunity. 1 minute to all of you. I think it will be great. Who want to start?
Okay.
Yeah. Tanta, please feel free.
I thank you for moderating this conversation and asking us a lot of trick questions. But also of course, it is not easy, and there are a lot of challenges that we've talked about a lot today. But one thing we shouldn't forget is the resilience of Ukrainians, I think. And that is always important to keep in mind to keep all of us going. If we take the amount of disinformation that comes in to this country, if we take the strategies of information manipulations that are deployed in Ukraine, this is really overwhelming. And yet Ukrainians over and over again demonstrate how resilient they are and how united they are in their determination to democratic transition of Ukraine. So I think there is, while it is, there is no one simple answer, I think Ukraine is on the right path of combating disinformation, and there is a lot to be proud of that the civil society has achieved, the media organizations, the government. So I think it's important to keep that perspective in mind, and I just want to thank the organizers for this event and thank my fellow panel members for an interesting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamta. Marco?
Well, I also want to say, as you correctly pointed to me earlier, and I'm fully convinced about this, that Ukraine is not only, and when I say Ukraine, I mean Ukrainian citizens, organizations, the professionals, the Center for Strategic Communication and our other partners. They are not only receivers of expertise, support, knowledge in countering disinformation, but they are also providers of expertise, of lessons, of best practices. So this is, as a foreigner living here and working here, this is very important. I repeat this to my colleagues very often, that we have much to learn from Ukrainians and Ukrainian organizations. So I am also thanking the Center for Strategic Communication for having us here, organizing this forum. But I want also to conclude with maybe an anecdote like mine about the taxi driver. I'm Italian, my accent gives me off. In Italy, there is, I am a part of several Facebook groups. And one of these is, I'm not naming it, but it's a group of Italian friends with Russia. I am there just to have a look. They post beautiful photos of landscapes of Russia, beautiful photos of artistic attractions. Couple of days ago, there was a meme about the Donbas genocide. So that made me think that we, on one side, I immediately reported this to Facebook as being inciting violence and spreading false information, and I think this is what everybody should do in a similar situation. But on another note, this made me think that Ukraine has many friends outside of Ukraine. I'm talking about people, normal citizens. I think civil society needs to get organized, to mobilize them, to spread good news, good messages about Ukraine, about the beauties of the country, the beauties of the art and the cultural heritage of this country. That creating positive messages about Ukraine will do a lot to displace the disinformation that is going on.
Thank you. Jakob, your words?
Mostly echo what Tamta said. I think that despite the fact that you might sometimes be unsure whether the institutions are strong enough in Ukraine, you can rely on the civil society. I don't think I have seen anywhere in Europe such a strong, vibrant civil society. So many various projects for countering disinformation or raising awareness about it with so many different products. I think this is precisely something that we in Europe should try and learn from. And I think your civil society can really be a role model for many, many European countries.
Tamta Otashvili, Senior Program Manager, Researcher and Counteracting Disinformation Programs, NDI. Jakub Kalensky, Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council, and Marco Ferraro, Sector Manager for Strategic Communication and Human Rights of Euro-Union Delegation to Ukraine. Dear viewers, today we are facing a lot of internal and external informational attacks aimed to ruin our reforms, our reforms, and in which we are currently working and which we start from the revolution of dignity. And I just want to finalize all of this. We need to stay together. We need to stay strong. with Ukraine in our hearts and in our minds. And
дезінформації в ЗМІ. Також ми поставили собі завдання зробити українців трошки більш медіаграмотними. І для цього ми провели сотні тренінгів для дуже багатьох аудиторій, для школярів, для журналістів, для юристів, для дипломатів, навіть для розвідників, ну і, звичайно, для звичайних людей. Крім того, кожного тижня ми робимо радіо і телевізійні програми і розповсюджуємо їх в тих регіонах, які ми вважаємо найбільш вразливі до іноземної пропаганди. Напевно, найголовніше, що ми робимо, це ми щоденно моніторимо російські ЗМІ, перевіряємо інформацію, виявляємо фейки і спростовуємо їх. А ще компанія Facebook уклала з нами угоду, і тепер ми допомагаємо цій всесвітньо відомій мережі перешкоджати поширенню дезінформації в інтернеті. Ну і за свою роботу ми отримали безліч міжнародних призів, відзнак. Це теж дуже приємно. Це для нас означає, що ми робимо правильні речі. Скажімо, в 2014 році, коли ми почали цим займатися, коли ми почали спростовувати фейки російської дезінформації і вимагали закрити російське телебачення в Україні, нам багато хто казав, о ні, це цензура, не можна, є точка зору Росії, є точка зору України, і хай глядач сам вирішує, хто правий, а хто ні. Ми довели, що російське телебачення, російські медіа – це не про поширення інформації, це про створення фейків, це про дезінформацію, це про пропаганду. І зараз на нашому сайті ми маємо тисячі статей, які можуть переконливо довести будь-кому і будь-кого переконати, що це саме так. Взимку цього року дуже багато російських ЗМІ, практично всі федеральні телеканали повідомили, що начебто в російському Воронежі затримали групу українських нацистів, які готували теракти. Ми взялися перевірити цю інформацію, ми поговорили з самими затриманими, з їхніми друзями, колегами, батьками, слідчими, прокурорами. І ми довели, що ці люди абсолютно ніякого відношення до України не мають, що це фейк, який вигадала ФСБ. І після цього на нас були дуже великі нападки. Російські топ-чиновники, спікер Держдуми, керівник МЗС погрожували нам. І найбільше їх обурило, що якась українська організація дозволила собі сумніватися в тому, що говорить ФСБ. Але для нас це стало очевидно, що таким чином ФСБ готувала привід для посилення агресії проти України. Всі ці історії, які ми зібрали, вони стануть нагоді історикам, які зараз досліджують от саме цей період російсько-української війни. Ми сподіваємося, що ці історики ніколи не будуть повторювати ці фейки, не будуть повторювати досвід радянської пропаганди, яка на підставі цих фейків створювала фейкову історію. І ми сподіваємося, що історики майбутнього будуть мати тільки об'єктивну інформацію завдяки нашому проєкту.
Український кризовий медіа-центр був заснований 5 березня 2014 року у дусі Революції Гідності. І з самого початку команда УКМЦ перебувала на передовій гібридної війни, тому що з перших днів своєї роботи УКМЦ спрямовував свої зусилля для того, щоб заповнювати інформаційний вакуум правдивими даними про те, що відбувається в Україні, про те, як Росія намагалась окупувати Крим і як вона розпочала війну, що до цього часу триває у східних регіонах України. За всі роки нашої роботи ми суттєво розширили свою діяльність і тепер маємо декілька ключових напрямків, дуже різноманітних і водночас таких, які дуже добре доповнюють одне одного. Моя команда група з аналізу гібридних загроз представлена 5 людьми. Відповідно, кожна робота будується по-різному, в залежності від мети і від цілей, які ставить перед собою конкретна команда. Команда групи з аналізу гібридних загроз насамперед спрямовує свої зусилля на те, щоб моніторити, аналізувати і деконструювати російську дезінформацію і спостерігати за російським гібридним впливом загалом. Ми намагаємося бути гнучкими у тому, що ми робимо і як ми робимо, тому що одна з основних рис російської дезінформації і гібридного впливу як такого полягає у його гнучкості і адаптивності. Відповідно, для того, щоб ефективно протистояти таким загрозам, ми так само маємо бути гнучкими і адаптивними. А якщо ми починали свою роботу, фокусуючись переважно на дезінформації, продукованій російським телебаченням і російськими засобами масової інформації, то зараз ми набагато більше уваги звертаємо на діяльність агентів впливу Кремля безпосередньо в Україні. Але ми також переймаємося і тими проектами, і тими завданнями, які сприяють зміцненню національної стійкості українців загалом. Одним з проєктів за напрямом цієї роботи, яким ми пишаємося найбільше, є нещодавній запуск онлайн-курсу з протидії дезінформації на платформі Прометеус. Це проєкт, про який ми мріяли 1,5 року. Я щаслива сказати, що нарешті ми його успішно реалізуємо. І особливо пишаємося тим, що нам вдалося залучити експертів не тільки зі своєї організації, а і від наших колег з таких організацій, як Євромайдан Прес і Стопфейк. У вирішенні цієї проблеми ми стикаємося насамперед з браком двох дуже важливих речей. Це брак довіри, і це насамперед проблема, з якою зіштовхуються державні інституції, і це брак синергії, які стосуються так і багатьох різних ініціатив, які іноді можуть дублювати одне одного у громадському секторі, так і у недостатній синхронізації зусиль з боку громадського суспільства, громадських організацій і з боку держави. Нам необхідно бути більше в контакті одне з одним, необхідно більше одне одному довіряти, і тільки тоді ми можемо бути справді ефективні.
Наша організація захищає права людини і лагодить несправну проводку для того, щоб ці порушення не виникали. Ми займаємося реформами, ми боремося за звільнення політичних в'язнів і полонених на Донбасі, ми залучаємо звичайних людей до правозахисту, ми займаємося програмами міжнародної солідарності і будуємо спільний освітній простір. Більша частина наших результатів це була досягнута завдяки роботі волонтерів. Тому до нашої великої команди я їх зараховую. А так, в організації працює до 20 людей. Центр громадянських свобод відомий своїми ініціативами. В ініціативі Євромайдан СОС взяли участь кілька тисяч людей. В глобальній акції «Сейв Олег Сенцов», яка вибухнула і об'єднала 35 країн в заклику звільнити Олега Сенцова та інших українських політичних в'язнів, взяли участь сотні громадян цих країн. Після звільнення Олега Сенцова ми продовжуємо боротися за тих людей, які лишилися в донбаських підвалах і в російських тюрмах. І зараз кампанія називається «Prisoners Voice», і ми всі закликаємо долучитися і стати голосом заручників Кремля і волонтерами цієї кампанії. У нас є група громадського спостереження «Озон», це монітори, які контролюють дії поліції, суду, і це десятки людей в різних містах України. Направду, досить складно оцінити результати діяльності. Правозахисні організації працюють вдовгу, і горизонт наших результатів він відкладений. Але якщо брати короткі періоди, то за час Революції Гідності ініціатива Євромайдан СОС опрацювала і відповіла на 16 тисяч запитів людей про допомогу. Найбільш успішні проекти, які проводила наша організація, це ті, які підтримували звичайні люди. Коли ми запускали Євромайдан СОС, нас було кілька людей в аудиторії, і мені було досить складно повірити, що буквально за кілька днів, а за кілька тижнів ми об'єднаємо тисячі людей, які будуть працювати цілодобово, надаючи правову та іншу допомогу переслідуваним учасникам протесту, що через наші руки будуть проходити сотнями люди, яких побили, яких заарештували, піддали катуванням, обвинуватили сфабрикованих кримінальних і адміністративних справах. А також у нас будуть близько 500 адвокатів по всій країні, які абсолютно безкоштовно на наш запит будуть надавати цим людям правову допомогу. Я думаю, що на рівні громадянського суспільства нам треба боротися за правду. А для цього треба будувати містки між різними секторами громадянського суспільства. Ми всі працюємо роз'єднано. Антикорупційні організації над антикорупційною аджендою, правозахисники працюють над своїми темами, екологічні активісти над своїми темами, релігійні діячі над своїми темами. Для того, щоб дати ефективну відповідь на цей виклик дезінформації, нам потрібно об'єднати зусилля, побудувати громадянську екосистему, спільні канали комунікації і мобілізацію у відповідь на гібридні, інформаційні та іншого роду загрози.
Вітаю, я Ігор Соловей і я керівник Центру стратегічних комунікацій та інформаційної безпеки. Наше завдання – боротися з російською пропагандою та зовнішніми інформаційними загрозами, спільними зусиллями держави та громадського суспільства. Ми прагнемо зробити державні комунікації сталими, а українців – стійкими до зовнішніх інформаційних атак. Для цього Центр працює з державними органами, громадськими організаціями та розбудовує співпрацю з нашими міжнародними партнерами. Ми проводимо інформаційні кампанії, тренінги та розбудовуємо сталі стратегічні комунікації. Хоча Центр, що зовсім молодий і існує менше року, за цей час все одно ми встигли плідно попрацювати на інформаційному фронті. Ми відповіли Путіну, чому не трісне українська газотранспортна система, і йому радше варто хвилюватись за власні газопроводи, де аварії відбуваються набагато частіше. Ми довели, чому українці мали право застосовувати безпілотники «Байрактар», чим, до речі, обурили ворогів і змусили їх визнати, що українці у цій інформаційній битві їх обіграли. А ще ми підняли на нові висоти місто Моршин, бо саме Центр першим розповів про унікальний досвід вакцинації у цьому місті. Ця історія увірвалась у всі українські медіа і породила справжню хвилю мемів. Звісно, це не повний перелік проєктів, які реалізовував та реалізовує зараз Центр. Не про всі ми можемо розказати і не всіма ми можемо хизуватися, особливо в умовах війни. Але я вірю, що настане той час, коли і про них ми можемо вам розповісти. А ще трохи нашої роботи в цифрах. Наш колектив виріс. За півроку ми провели більше 20 заходів та написали більше 150 статей та новин. Надрукували 100 тисяч примірників брошури у разі надзвичайної ситуації або війни. Центр з нуля запустив сторінки в усіх провідних соціальних мережах, і загальна аудиторія за ці неповні півроку сягнула більше 500 тисяч читачів. І це лише початок, попереду багато роботи, проєктів та інформаційних кампаній у співпраці з громадськими організаціями та нашими міжнародними партнерами.
Доброго дня, вітаю вас на нашій наступній панелі «Роль медіа в
Good afternoon, dear friends. We will be discussing the role of media in effective strategic communications. My name is Victoria Romaniuk, and I'm the deputy editor-in-chief of Stop Fake. We have a great specialist joining us, Ms. Lyubov Cybulska, advisor to the Center for Strategic Communication Information Security, and Halina Petrenko, director at Detector Media. So strategic communication, a lot was said about this, and in the context of strategic communication, I would like to give the classic definition of what it is, the targeted use of communication to serve a specific purpose. And in the context of hybrid war, the proper use of communication is very important. However, there's a question of how do you properly construct the strategic communications and how do you make them efficient, avoiding the risk of propaganda at the same time? What's the role of positive narratives, so certain stories in the process? How do you develop them? What these stories have to be about? And there's also media. And as far as interaction between government and media goes, what's the role of the journalist? what should be the support to the media, what can help make the media successful, regional media in particular, and how their resilience and viability could be strengthened. This is what we will be discussing today. We will be joined by two experts online. I'll present them later, and I would like to hand it over to Ms. Lyubov Cybulska, because you started working at the Center for Strategic Communication, and you can answer the question about how to develop strategic communications, and you can share information about some successful success stories. Thank you. First of all, let me begin by saying that I'm so happy to see this forum happening. I'm very happy to participate in it. Very recently, we were thinking about conducting it, and now Igor Solovey and Mykola Balaban and the rest of the team are actually hosting this event. A lot of very interesting experts were invited here, international experts, national experts, and this is great. And this is great that the state is doing that, actually, the government is doing that. Strategic communications. The professional community is inclined to think that active countering of disinformation could happen in two ways, reactive and proactive. Reactive is fact-checking. This is what your organization, Stop Fake, is doing, and is doing it brilliantly. Fact-checking to expose fake news to the people and warn about fake stories that aggressor might be spreading. And the second is proactive, strategic communications in this case, sharing positive narratives in particular. And it's very important for the government to be united. What is strategic communication in simple words? This is coordinated communication on behalf of the government. To put it even in simpler words, this is when all the government agencies speak in one voice, explain unanimously what is happening in the country. It's not necessarily explaining the good things, it's also about explaining the bad things. There are a few examples from our international partners of the way the system of strategic communications is constructed in their countries. I particularly like the British and Estonian system. In the UK, there was they have this approach when something bad happens, and the ministry, there was a case when the ministries came up with all sorts of different statements. That was during Tony Blair's cadence, and then the decision was made, we need to put an end to it. The ministries cannot issue dissenting statements. This happened in Ukraine when the coronavirus pandemic started. The Ministry of Healthcare was saying one thing, others were saying something else. So that's the problem. Very often the heads of the ministries, they are interested in promoting their own stance. And this is one of the risks and reasons why strategic communications don't necessarily happen. In the UK, they made a decision to form a team that would report to the Prime Minister directly, and the team involves people from key agencies and stakeholders. Estonia and other countries have a similar system, and it's a great thing to have a StratCom center. What we need to do now is to make sure that what the center generates was used and heard by other ministries and agencies. I need to mention the role of media here. What are we seeing now? We see that the country is majorly traumatized by Kuchma's clandestine instructions about what to cover in the media, etc., etc. And there's an external aggressor that is trying to undermine trust in government. And all of these factors, they add up to mistrust. However, if the government speaks in one voice but doesn't work with media, this is not going to work. This is not going to be enough. And the center has this opportunity now. The center actively works with civil society. The center was set up by the activists from the civil society. So the center is enjoying much trust. So it's important that the center was working with media. The problem that I see right now, and recently, I saw the situation when communication specialists raised the issue. There was NATO exercise in Odessa, and I worked with a group on strategic communications, and there were many representatives of various ministries, and they would repeat the same thing. They said, we are ready to do strategic communications. We are ready to protect the interest of our agencies. And we had a lot of trainings. We know what to do in a critical situation. However, there's one problem. Our leadership, the ministries for the most part, they do not understand the importance of strategic communications. All of the participants in NATO exercise said that. And and I have to be frank here. Recently, there was a training organized for MPs, and none of the MPs turned up. I remember a different example from VP Groisman's time. We invited highly experienced trainers from the Riga StratCom Center of Excellence to run the training for the heads of agencies. And what do you think? They sent their deputies of deputies there. And as a result, we did not achieve the goal that we had in mind. That is the problem. We are insulated in this communication environment, this medium level environment, but the leadership often sees this as just another PR effort. They believe that strategic communications need to serve the purpose of their personal, promoting them personally. And if we fail to persuade them, we're going to run into trouble. A few words about media, and I believe my colleague will say much more. So a few words about what we see now, and the topic is the role of communication and the responsibility of media. I remember a few months ago when we were thinking about the name for the panel, we kept mentioning the word responsibility, because this word, I think, is key. We saw how media polarized public opinions and rebroadcasted Russian narratives early into the war, and we see how media is used for polarization in society. Unfortunately, this is the drawback in the oligarch media. They uphold the interest of their owners, who in turn uphold the interest of some political parties. And the situation of polarization emerges when each of the parties gets a channel and they form an army of supporters through that. And this is very dangerous. In short term, this adds points to the party, but in long term, we lose, because polarized society is easy to be conquered. It's extremely weak, and I think this is what we need to communicate right now. And I can but mention that we need to support the public broadcaster. We will be talking about that as well. I have a brief comment to mention, an example. For the last 2 weeks, the world has been observing the situation in Ukraine, and we are all in the state of fear. We're thinking about whether there's going to be war or not. Around 2 weeks ago, we saw a message, news reports in the media, some intelligence data saying that if the war is going to happen, it's happened in the south, Odessa, in Mariupol. And, and this time we started registering fake stories from Odessa saying that allegedly most of people in Odessa will not go to war. Most of people in Odessa are Russian speaking, and they do not want to fight for Ukrainian values. This was a sign for us that we need to focus there, and we need to observe potential information influence. A lot of people from Odessa at that time would write to us, Odessa and Mariupol, when we started debunking the fake stories. They started asking us, what do we do? Can you explain all of this to us? Where do we go if anything happens? And this actually emphasizes the need for strategic communications that needs to kick in as soon as some problematic areas are detected.
And setting up the network of those who will disseminate this information. Let me recall one more thing. Something that we delivered in conjunction of the civil society, the armed forces, the government institutions, the brochure during the previous escalation of the conflict with another build-up of troops along our border. This brochure is available, so it's important to share using, first of all, regional media, that we have the available information on how to deal with those pieces of disinformation. We have our armed forces, and they have a very strong role in strategic communications. So the StratCom website has this brochure. Please download that link. It's a very important piece of information. Online with us, we have Julian McCormack, Internews Country Director. Julian, hi. And first of all, let me state that preliminary, when we had some correspondence with you and we shared emails and we shared quite interesting thoughts about the role of strategic communications, the importance. So, Julian, the floor is yours as an introductory speech. Probably you have some cases of positive and negative cases. You can share those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was indeed an interesting exchange that we had in advance of this panel, and I very much have enjoyed listening to Luba's remarks first, and I'm looking forward to hear what Khalia and Helene have to say too. But first of all, I want to be a little bit contrary and also quite categorical that I do not believe that the media have any role at all to play in strategic communications. Strategic communication is the business of the government. It is the method by which the government seeks to get a particular message out to its citizens. It is not the media's job to help the government get its message out to citizens. And when the government thinks it is the media's job to do that, that can cause conflict. Because there's a disconnect between what the media thinks its role is and what the government thinks the media's role is. So it's important for the government to realize that the media are not simply a conduit to the public, like a free and clear connection, a wire through which they speak, and at the other end, the citizen listens. The media are not a loudhaler. They are not a syringe through which you inject the public with the idea that you want them to have. We are not hypnotized by the media. And also, we are not hypnotized by politicians speaking on media or government press spokesmen and women. We just are not. And you need to start designing any form of strategic communications based on the principle that you can't have the expectation that your message will be passed freely through media like water through a pipe. This pipe has filters. Human beings whose profession it is to critically examine, question, verify, and expose flaws in any message governments seek to put out there. And in my opinion, most of the time, it's very difficult for governments to differentiate between what is strategic communications of their aims and what is propaganda of how great they are at handling things. But I want to acknowledge that many people working in strategic communications are very nice They are just trying to do their jobs, and I have a lot of time for them. I have even worked on strategic communications myself when I was working on European Union election observation missions. And obviously, I do not think that I myself am an evil propagandist. And I'm also prepared to give other people the benefit of the doubt on that too. At Internews, we are working on USAID's media program in Ukraine, and the goal of this project is to strengthen the civically relevant role of media in democratic processes in Ukraine and to expand citizens' access to quality information in order to counter malign influence and support European integration. As part of that work, we want to make sure that citizens are aware of the different reforms that the government is rolling out and that they can find out useful information to help them navigate important decisions on things like health, education, energy for their homes and businesses. We also want to make sure that there's reliable information available to people to help them know what's really happening in Ukraine and the world, because, of course, there's a lot of disinformation there that targets Ukrainians. So obviously, we do not go about this in a strategic communications way. We don't hand out press releases and ask the media to republish them. We work with our partners in training and content production, partners like Detector Media, represented here today by Galina, by Internews Ukraine, Suspilnost Foundation, the National Association of Media, the Institute of Mass Information, the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, and others. And we work with those partners to increase media skills in producing reliable information. And we provide grants for content production, and we don't get involved in editorial decision making because that's up to the media to decide. And with USAID support, we're also able to do an annual poll of Ukrainian citizens, which is a national representative sample from all around the country. And we find out which media people use, which ones they trust, and whether people feel adequately informed about important issues like reforms. And what we have learned is that compared to 6 years ago, people are not using traditional media for news and information as before. Social media and online media are much more popular than television, radio, and newspapers. And around 45% of people feel that they have insufficient information about important reforms around health, pensions, land, decentralization, and so on. And it's very important to us that the media we work with earn the trust of their audiences. If you don't have trust, then you can't believe in the good faith of the people who are giving you information. And I will get a little bit zen for just 1 minute and refer you to the Dalai Lama, who said that to earn trust, money and power aren't enough. You have to show some concern for others. You cannot buy trust in the supermarket. And that goes for the government as well as the media. You can have the most lavishly funded strategic communications operation in the world, and it won't make a bit of difference if there is no trust in the government. And when it comes to what the media do, they can inform and they can interrogate whether the message you are sending is accurate and truthful, and they can offer that to their audiences for them to consider. That's it. Years ago, we were under some pressure to do something that was euphemistically described as positive stories about reforms in order to combat the many negative stories about what was happening in the country. And I was very strongly against that approach. First of all, you cannot present people who don't know what's true with two opposing points of view and ask them to choose which one is correct. Your white does not cancel out my black. You can't just put out contradicting messages and hope that yours are prettier and shinier so they will stick. People don't know which is right, but they will be most attracted to the negative because that's just how we're wired as human beings. There's plenty of social and behavioral science on this, although because it's about behavior, it's not always 100% predictable. What I think works instead is encouraging media to take a proactive approach to a problem. We have been working with Internews Ukraine and other partners to promote what we call solutions journalism. We call it that, solutions journalism. Some people talk about constructive journalism, but it's essentially about this. Rather than just pointing at a problem and informing people about it and leaving it there, for example, there's a big hole in the road. Instead of that, we're asking reporters to figure out who are the actors responsible for fixing this problem and starting a dialogue about how to fix the hole in the road, interviewing an expert on how the road could be fixed, local activists who are trying to improve the quality of urban infrastructure, people working in local government who are responsible for the conditions of the roads. And by including those people in the reporting, sometimes to be able to act as a catalyst for a positive change in that community. It's not that we want reporters to go out and fix the road or make a citizen's arrest to bring a corrupt person to jail and so on. But journalists can act as a catalyst to improve life in their communities. And if they can do that, then they should do that. As journalists, we also live in these communities, so it's also in our own interests that things should get better. And I think when those interests can coincide with government strategic communications, you know, that's definitely a happy place for the transmission of information that the government thinks is important. But I will stop there. I'm interested to hear what other people would like to say on this topic.
Thank you, Gillian. I have the following question to you. Lyubov has already mentioned the problem of oligarch media in this country, but it's not the only problem here indeed. We have some other infringements, for instance, going after monetization through social media and prepaid articles, which we call JINSA. So what could be done about this? Well, both the donors and the NGOs, the civil society at large, how can we impact the improvement of the quality of media, especially on the regional level, because we recognize that regional media are the most important stakeholders in communicating under such crisis conditions. I will start with you, Gillian, but hopefully Galina will add something to this question. Over to you.
Well, I want to support something that Luba said, which is that she said that we need to support the public broadcaster. And I completely endorse that view. I think that it's one of Ukraine's big successes since the Revolution of Dignity is the establishment of a genuine public service broadcaster that is independent and able to manage an editorial policy that is acting in the interests of the public rather than any particular political or oligarchic interest. And in terms of competing with the oligarchs, of course, you are competing on a very unfair level because those companies are typically unprofitable and subsidized by their owners. And therefore, you know, they have a lot more money essentially to pay for interesting, entertaining content. But I think that in terms of trust, what our survey, which we do supported by USAID, what that shows is that people have stopped trusting the oligarch media on news and information. Certainly, trust has declined from about 80% in 2015 when we first started looking at this question to more like 39-40% these days. So I think that gap in trust is something that we can make use of, because I think that there's an increasing audience for the public service broadcaster and they need full funding, which they still don't have. And I also believe that there are quite a large number of what I would call beacons or lighthouses, kind of very good quality national and regional media. And I believe that we should make sure that those media that are performing well are supported and that they are sustainable. I personally, for example, pay for subscriptions to the online media that I'm using in Ukraine that are increasingly opening up to digital subscriptions and membership models. And I see that there's also potential market in Ukraine for citizens to pay a little contribution, even if it's fairly symbolic, towards supporting their favorite local media company, especially online media. So I think there's room for optimism, but I'd like to see greater political support for the independent public broadcaster, and that would start with full financing.
Thank you, Gillian. And we have online our next speaker, Helen Champagne. And let's make a logical bridge to the development of the public, because Helen works for Deutsche Welle Academy Programme. Helen, hello, welcome. Are you with us?
Напевно, ще не підключена. Most probably Helen's not yet connected. Can you hear us? Helen, we continue discussing the role of media, and I believe you have a lot to share. You have experience of working with a public broadcaster and other projects of Deutsche Welle Academy. Projects are not limited to the role of media.
You, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Отже, Хелен, Helen, the floor is yours. We believe you had successful projects, successful cases that you could share with us now.
Great. So I think that I will start. I don't know if it was the case for Gillian, but I can hear myself a little bit. Yes.
Мені підказують, що ми можемо. I'm being told that while we are dealing with the technical problems, we can give the floor to Halina. Probably Halina had a lot of ideas while she was listening to the conversation. Halina is the director at Detector Media, and what they do, they analyze media, they analyze the things happening in the media environment. And yesterday, during the introductory remarks, our guest, Ms. Baiba Obraze, suggested that Ukrainians need to be telling more success stories, to share successes with the world. So how important are the narratives? Thank you. When I was thinking about what to speak about on the topic of role of media in effective strategic communication, I thought that my approach here is very similar to what Gillian was talking about. I suggest that we need to focus on entertainment content rather than information content. And we need to include social media, websites, bloggers, influencers, and the movies. And there's a reason for that, because the relations between government and media is a very sophisticated topic. It's very easy to roll into censorship, and I am a believer that media have to be independent. And if we ask the oligarch channels why they're not socially responsible, they will put the best behavior, their embroidered shirts, and start saying that they're responsible. So what can we do with help of entertainment content? Around a year ago, we decided to explore the most popular TV shows and entertainment shows on TV, because TV is the largest source of entertainment content. And we decided not to approach it critically, but simply to explore, to see what they are broadcasting, what values and models of behavior they are broadcasting. So we got together a group of producers responsible for that content, and we asked the producers when they're planning the biggest hits, whether they try to include some values for the society. And they said no, it's just offhand, off the top of our hands. And the decisions that they make are based on their research of their audience and what they think the audience believes they would enjoy. Then we invited focus groups, the TV viewers, some active audience, and we also conducted a representative survey. And despite the fact that producers do not put any values in the content, the citizens still see certain patterns in the content they see on TV. In particular, the citizens believe that, and I will give you a few values and models of behavior that they read in the large number of TV shows, entertainment shows. Fortunately, they see that Ukrainians are proud of Ukraine. They see that. Next, what the viewers see, they see that revealing your emotions is a good thing, that family comes first, that the problems are not as big as they might seem, that you need to wait for your chance, so you need to passively sit and wait for the good things to come your way, not like the Americans that you do it your way. Next, that force and strength can get you where you want to be, that drinking alcohol for better mood is okay, that husband is the head of the family, even if a TV show is about a businesswoman, if it's a lead character, then that you can break the law if you can get fairness or justice for that, and it's better to be smart than dumb. So it's easier if you're smart. As you can see, well, there's already something to improve in this messages in the TV content. On the one hand, Ukrainian government has certain resources. The government is funding TV shows. 1.6 billion hryvnias next year will go to fund the movies from the state budget. And every year there are national competitions about Lesya Ukrainka, the poet, and there were a lot of films about Lesya Ukrainka. This is very hard because you need to properly describe the rules of those pitchings. So it has to be not just about Lesya Ukrainka, but about strong characters, tempers, womanhood, etc., etc. Another thing, there are two examples that I can share, two very different examples. I have some acquaintances that used to work as producers on Ukrainian TV, and in 2018 they went to work to Russia, on Russian television, and they justified that we went there not to make the news programs, we went to work on some entertainment shows. There's no politics there. Yeah, the art is beyond politics. They had to come back not long after that, and they started sharing that the Russian government actively interferes with entertainment content. This happens during election campaigns in particular. And just to give you an example, when State Duma wrote a draft law on the changes in social environment, and there was a need to form certain attitudes from the people to those changes. And to serve that purpose, they started an entertainment show on one of the channels, a trash show with very marginal characters invited to the studio. They're mocked, they're made a laughingstock in the studio, so that was an example. And I disagree with that approach. I don't think government should intervene with entertainment content. And another example that I have, the new Oscar ceremony rules. As you know, Oscar awards is given to the films that meet a number of requirements. For example, representative of minorities has to play one of the roles in the film. The team has to include people from the marginalized layers of population. So it's a sort of self-regulation. So the idea is that you have the freedom to make a film, but to receive an award in this respected cinematography environment, you have to make a certain contribution. You have to be particular as far as the content goes. I want to agree with what my colleague said. Starting in 2014, Russia increased the number of entertainment content twice almost, because entertainment content is much easier for communicating certain narratives. Entertainment content is emotional, and you can advance hate speech, dehumanization of Ukrainians and other neighbors. And it's for a reason that the head of the humor empire, Alexander Maslякov, was decorated by the Minister of Defense, Shoigu, a few years ago. So the Russians, the Kremlin, they see the clear nexus between the two things. And about positive narratives, I would like to share the results of the survey that were run in the center. This took place soon before I left the center, and Igor Solovyov replaced me with help of NDI. We ran a survey of Ukrainians from various regions. We suggested various narratives to them. There were positive narratives about Ukraine, about the European Union, Euro integration, and there were some narratives about Russia. And one of the conclusions of our survey was that we actually saw that there's immense demand from the Ukrainians to have grounds to be proud of Ukraine. So they support the narratives that show the strength that Ukrainians have. And especially good are the narratives where there's comparison between Russia and Ukraine. When you can say, in Russia, for taking it out to the streets, for protesting or reposting something, you can be thrown to jail. And in Ukraine, on the contrary, there is this freedom. So there's a demand, there's a need for those narratives. And you know, this national entertainment of trying to say that we're the worst and the situation is the worst. And we recently had an entire wave of, reports when Ukrainians said that it's only in Ukraine that you can buy a fraudulent COVID certificates. But when you actually open the international news, you can see that other countries have those fraudulent COVID certificates too. So there are a lot of grounds to be proud of. And I would like to actually bring up the topic of Crimea, how Crimea appeared in Russian cinematography. And there was a movie of 2017, and this Russian movie was funded by the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. So you can see this clear nexus. They see that art is very important. It is not just for aesthetic pleasure. It's also a tool of war propaganda. We have our guest, Ms. Helen Champagne. Hopefully the connection is fine now, and we would really like to hear about your experience, because I'm convinced that your work with the public broadcaster in Ukraine is very important for us. You're muted. Нас знову. Unfortunately, we're having technical problems again. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you. Hopefully, we'll finally be able to sort everything out. And to build on the topic of positive narratives, I would like to share our fact checkers experience. You know what are the hardest fake stories to debunk, and what kind of debunking is seen most painfully? The positive ones. When you hear narratives about Philip Orlik, who spoke at Sorbonne University, so it sounds good, it sounds great, and then StopFake comes up and says, no, it's not true. And then we get a wave of criticism. People start saying you do not want people to be happy with this news. Helena, I have a question to you. How will these narratives evolve? It's not so much about narrative, but let's imagine it this way. Let's imagine we're in a good paradigm with proper self-regulation, and producers respond to the sentiments in the population, and they adjust the content depending on their ideas of what is beautiful. Our entertainment content in the nearest time will evolve. It will not continue existing the way it is, which is a good process. What can happen, and it's already starting to happen, is that internet is attacking television, and television realizes that it needs to go on the web and uses advantages. One of the advantages of the web is that the web is global, and you do not need to be limited to the Ukrainian audience to try to cover as many people as possible, but you can target specific group of people, and you can base yourself on the assumption that you do not, you can cover, let's say, people in other countries as well. And there's a project, 6 episodes on homosexual slavery, and this topic hasn't been raised on Ukrainian television before. The second trend that we're going to observe, even though I'm not quite sure whether it's going to be as the first one, I can see that our producers are looking for the topics that could portray something that is close to the viewers. We are not particularly watching the TV shows because it's something very simplified, something very far from real life, something very melodramatic. And the audience, they need to recognize the locations, the events, the profession. So this is going to develop. And another thing, I'm actually not quite sure why the largest media companies do not try to integrate themselves into global financial markets. I'm not a specialist in IPOs and attracting foreign investment, but I think they can adjust their corporate practices, financial transparency, or something like that. And they need to think about entering the markets of foreign international capital. And as soon as they come up with this idea, as soon as they realize this, they will also realize that they'll need to approach the content differently. They will need to include diversity and inclusion, because for international investors and bankers, this is a factor of assessing non-financial risks, which determines whether you get the money and what the interest is going to be. So I think in 5 years' time, we're going to start seeing something more inclusive in our shows. Let's hope that. Do we have our guests connected? No. Okay, so I would like to ask our audience to start writing questions, and we actually have a question already. There's a question: where's the line between monopoly to information and control of disinformation in the circumstances of the times of war? In times of war, so this is this baseline question. I think this total control. this is a question that the entire world has been asking and raising for a number of years now. The limits of democracy. I believe that the challenges that the entire world has been faced with in recent years, in particular, aggressors, and not only Russia, but other countries like China, Iran, aggressors using manipulative techniques, employing technologies in a manipulative way. All of that raises this big question: where are the limits, and do the democracy need to protect themselves somehow, or anyone is free to say anything? And the answer is obvious. To protect itself, democracies have to do something. They need to change the rules of the game. Yes, because the very essence of wars is changing, and the ways to undermine the national interest, security of the countries, they're changing. And this means that we, in turn, need to increase and expand the number of the tools that we use to protect ourselves.
Якщо ви на зв'язку,
Thank you, Gillian. Probably you are online now. Probably you can add to this discussion. Where is the line between the monopoly on information and the need to control this information, especially in the time of war? I believe our media representatives would be interested to learn your take on this. Are you with us? Microphone. While our technicians are fixing it, Galina, probably you will start by entertaining this question. Well, every time I'm thinking about this, I always think to myself, I'm not only a representative of the civil society, I also represent the media, and we don't want to be totally controlled. And the war is on, but it's a hybrid warfare, so it should not be used as an excuse to introduce censorship or regulations. We have clearly observed at the beginning of the build-up of Russian troops at the borders how media reacted, how much time it was needed for the Ukrainian media to start talking about this to their viewers. And if we compare to April, finally the voice was much louder this time, and we know whose bastion fell the last. But it's down, thanks God. So that's our own understanding of responsibility. It's common sense, patriotism, and the desire to live in a peaceful country. That will be one of those levers that will have to set this line. Gillian, are you with us?
Чи на зв'язку?
Or probably Helen. Are you with us online?
Sorry, Gia, start being. Sorry, maybe they can hear us, maybe, so we cannot. But I think the first time I talked, it worked. But I was hearing
The question to you, ladies, is what's the line between the need to, first of all, present the freedom of speech, but also combat disinformation, especially in the time of war? Is there any line that goes between those two notions?
I mean, if I can try to answer that question really briefly, I would say there is unfortunately no easy answer to that. And Ukraine is very much, I think, at the leading edge of how to how to act in this situation. Ukrainians have demonstrated many times that they are very much in favor of freedom of speech and they don't like restrictions. And it's important to protect democratic rights because that's what we're fighting for, right? So any infringement of democratic rights has to be really well demonstrated that it's necessary.
Дякуємо.
Thank you. I would also like, as a follow-up to you, Gillian, to ask you this. What could be done by us in order to support our media, to give them some incentives that would make them more viable? Is it something that we should only respect to media, but should we work with our audiences as well? Because we discuss media problems only with media or with the government. Probably we need to change this paradigm of the values of media and includes the audience as well in this discussion.
Well, I completely agree that the audience is definitely it's incredibly important to include them in any discussions about how you want to move forward, and we definitely encourage all of the media that we work with to try to engage as much as possible with their audiences to make sure that they're providing them with the information that they need. I think any government strategic communication program also has to bear in mind that maybe they should rethink what they are talking about and how they are talking about it based on actually asking people what is the information that they need to have. So I think in terms of what could be done to help media do a better job of informing the public, maybe I'm not the best person to answer that question. I'm sure my colleagues from Ukrainian civil society, like especially the National Association of Media, would have some very concrete ideas about tax breaks and other ways in which the government could make life easier for the media. We also think that media should be rewarded for having high ethical and professional standards. And so we very much promote the work of media watchdogs like the independent, the EMI, the Detector Media and others who do lists of top 10, top 20 media who are performing well in the country. So I think that it's possible to work really through media that demonstrate high professional standards, and there should be greater rewards for that. And also audiences tend to trust, of course, media that perform better on professional and ethical standards.
Yes, please. We finally have Helen online, so I would like to ask Helen. Well, first of all, Gillian, thank you for this intervention, and finally, probably we'll be able to hear Helen. Helen, are you with us now? Finally, we can hear you. Great, Helen. So, can you please tell us this topic of the Суспільне or public broadcasts? How can we support them?
Yes, I think it's a question that is very good. Thank you very much. Basically, the approach that Deutsche Welle Academy has been developing with partners like BBC Media Action and also obviously all the other partners involved in supporting, for example, Canal France International as well. We are basically not only supporting, I would say, the skills of journalists, like traditional training, but this is an approach that goes beyond, that includes, for example, support for organizational development. It has been so impressive to see how the public broadcaster managed to to get its reform in so few years, right? It started basically after Maidan, when there was a possibility to create a proper legislative environment for Suspilne. And the highlight of our project, some of you obviously already know, is that we have been able for the transformation of the newsroom that has been launched recently, and it will go on air basically in the month of December. This is a brand new newsroom, which is at the center of Kyiv in Kreshatik, for those of you that know it. So this is basically going to give the possibility for Suspilne to provide high quality media that are reliable, because I think in COVID time, the audience shows that the public broadcaster was very much the reference for information around COVID. Some big shows like The Countdown, for example, was also a good example. And I think it was Dilian and other speakers that were talking about the latest conception. For example, in COVID time, we have seen, like in any other countries in Europe, even more use of digital media. So, for example, the digital offering of Suspilne also very much improving, right? And is now, I think, also with radio in the top 10, definitely, of the country. I don't want to talk too long. I mean, what is very interesting today as well is the importance to boost information integrity. So we have been working with the support of the European Union basically to launch a new program, which is called MediaFit for building integrity in southern and eastern Ukraine. We will be able to talk maybe more about it, but it's basically to recognize that information can save lives and is and should be taken into account in any peace building process through the angle of supporting small independent media. So maybe we can talk about it more if you want. This is another approach.
The strategies of resilience of media, what could be done by us to in support of the regional media for them to survive, because that's probably something that Gillian has already briefly touched upon, right, on the survival of local and regional media. What could be done for that?
Так, це питання до Хелен.
Yes, thank you. I think very good question. Basically, the approach that has been developed is that not only you can provide training, but in the case of the scope of the crisis that we are facing now, core support is needed. We have been talking to different small media outlets, especially in region affected by the conflict, when there is not, let's say, a basic capital to pay staff, it doesn't work. So I think it's important in this crisis to recognize the need for this core support, but of course, it's not enough. So we are now, for the moment, working with different partners to try to develop the best approach also to support monetization. So, for example, innovation and also capacity to improve media management. So we will have some incubators also to basically support the different approaches at the level of the management, but also at the level of the journalistic content to support great products.
Галина, якраз ви хотіли додати в цьому аспекті.
You wanted to add something here. Yes, especially in respect who needs to be involved in this dialogue about strategic communications. I would suggest to us not to forget about the advertisers. Obviously, that will be great that they support the quality media, but it's important to share with everyone that quality media, which was proven by feedback from our audience, is that the media can be supported by the values of the biggest brands. A couple of years ago, the global brands would place their ads on pirate websites. After this, the Ukrainian journalists would raise this issue, and 80% was taking off the pirate websites. The only ads that are left are for casinos and gambling and betting. I would add to who needs to be added here. When we talk about the positive narratives, we can involve business circles. There's nothing wrong if the businesses help to demonstrate that something good is happening in this country. Well, it might not have any political connotations. It could revolve around science, arts, history. Quite recently, we asked the network of supermarkets to print on the checks some positive messages on the eve of the celebration of the 30-year anniversary of the independence, but they refused. Why? Because it's the government that asked them to do that. But then we observed with our own eyes that without our involvement, they launched similar campaign and they started printing positive messages on checks, on receipts. So then we addressed the network of cafes who positioned themselves as pro-Ukrainian business. We offered them to add their voice to our movement, again in the form of printing on their receipts and checks some interesting facts about well-known Ukrainians, but their reaction was unexpectedly rude and negative. So attracting business, telling them if you want to earn money in this country, show your clients that this country is worth living in, being proud of, and loving it. That's great, and I would like to add another example with our bloggers who from time to time get involved in some scandals with anti-Ukrainian rhetorics, and that's when business refuses to work with those bloggers, and that's again one of their ways of demonstrating their position. Probably yes, it's important to involve businesses to use their incentives to become better. We have two more questions from our audience, which I would like to voice out, and hopefully you would all have a chance to respond to this. The Ukrainian media should be more journalists or rather more citizens of this country? Similar questions were asked before, so first I'll start with the studio guests, and then I will have my final question. I believe it could be combined. So speaking about journalism, first of all and foremost, they need to be true journalists, those people. Not people who are ready to cater to different political interests, but also the civic dimension, especially in the time of war, could not be ignored. So it's not something to do with journalism, with all the other professional occupations as well, because without that, we will be occupied tomorrow and nothing will happen here. Nothing good for us. So, for instance, question, why should we support the armed forces? Well, of course, everyone should support them. Businesses, media, these are the people who defend us, who would not let the Russian tanks come here. So not only civic position, but also proactiveness. Yes, yeah, I would have the same answer. You need to be both a citizen and a journalism. In Judaism, there is a question, what prevails, material or spiritual? They do not differentiate. It's all equal and interlocated. And I believe that that's what the journalists should also have. They have to be socially responsible.
Рецепт того, як
We have one more question. Is there a recipe to make all of the Ukrainians resilient to disinformation? And this is a question I'm throwing at all of our panelists to finalize our discussion. Who's going to be the first? I'm not quite sure we have a recipe, but I think that we are trying to find one. We're in the process of looking for it. And I think it's a good idea to know who you are. If Ukrainians know what they are as citizens, as the country, it would be a good thing. We need to know that not from our enemy who says that we are a colony and so on. We need to know that ourselves. We need to know about historic figures and events from our history, because this would impact how we see ourselves. And this in turn affects our decision making. And we will be efficient when we know who we are. That's a big thing, but this is important. We need to, well, the word values hasn't yet been mentioned today, but the values need to be core. This is something that needs to be a starting point for discussions with various audiences. What could you say here? I don't think we have a recipe that would work for everyone, but the fact that for so many years Russia has been attacking us in an information environment and we still haven't lost the war. We haven't lost because Ukraine exists, the armed forces are developing, Ukrainians see themselves as Ukrainians more and more. All of that suggests that probably there's a combination of the tools that we are inventing, that we are already using. So it's a bit chaotic, but it's there. So there's no recipe, but there's something that's already there. There's something multi-directional, multitude of tools. Jillian, are you with us? Could you maybe give a piece of advice to our audience? Is there this recipe? What could make Ukrainians resilient against disinformation?
Well, here's my recipe. I am not sure if you can hear me, but first of all, I think the recipe is effective government communications. And that means you have to communicate with one voice, which Luba talked about earlier. You have to communicate very clearly. You have to communicate daily. Not these crazy once in a while, marathon press conferences, but on a daily basis, you have to be accessible to the media. And you have to admit when you've made a mistake and quickly talk about how you're going to rectify that mistake. Then the second thing that you need media literacy and critical thinking education for all age groups, from kids to pensioners. Everybody needs to have those skills to be able to identify disinformation, or when you're not sure, to be able to know how to verify that information. And lastly, you need to support a media landscape that has independent professional media in it that are providing reliable information and news to people. And on those three things, Ukraine is, I think, at the forefront in many respects, but still has, there's a lot of investment that could be made in making all of those areas and aspects of Ukrainian life better. And if those three things could be done, then I think that Ukraine would do pretty well on becoming resilient to disinformation.
Media literacy hasn't yet been mentioned, even though we discussed it a lot. But thank you, Jill, and thank you very much for raising this, for bringing it up. And Helen, over to you. Your recipe or advice, ideas, suggestions about how Ukrainians, but not only Ukrainians, I think this is a relevant issue for various nations. So how do we make ourselves more resilient to disinformation?
Well, I think not to repeat what the other speaker said, because of course we are sharing the same vision, and this is the message I would like to deliver here, is that I think it is about building a community of values. I think working together. And we have done that, for example, through the Public Media Academy in Odessa, where we have been supporting the development of a new center of Suspilne. Some of you might know it. And I think by bringing together, like you mentioned as well, the students, what can citizens do, the small media outlets, of course, the public broadcaster, I think this is how people will have more trust and how you can basically combat disinformation. So I hope the event today can also bring us all together. And yes, that would be my message. Let's build a community of free media.
Те, що ми всі сказали.
Thank you. To recap what we just heard, the communication has to be very clear, transparent. We have to develop media literacy and critical thinking. We need to have values that will bring us together, that are important for us. We need to feel the importance. And as Helena put it, it's not about picking one tool, it's about using a combination of tools. And I remember a situation around 2 years ago. There was a heated debate about the draft law on disinformation. There was a meeting, and a famous Ukrainian blogger, and I won't give you the name, she said that if this law is passed, I will be against it. If it were to be passed, then I would be arrested for what I posted online. Yes, there are a lot of aspects to the issue, but then I started asking myself a question. Why did you have to write those posts that you knew were not accurate, but you still posted them? So it's a matter of trust. And to conclude, I need to raise one more question. How do we improve trust in the government and what is being done? I think that improving trust can be done with one thing, and this is something universal for government and the media. You need to be honest, coherent, and transparent. So transparent, clear, coordinated, honest. And let me emphasize that this is not about promoting the government stance or some personal opinions. This is about something different. And I hope all the MPs, ministers, and heads of various agencies and institutions, I hope they will attend the StratCom trainings. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Given how much effort is invested in educating the audience, it makes no sense for them to not to attend those trainings. It's quite painful when you see that the MPs do not come to the trainings organized by our international partners, and a lot of people worked hard to organize those trainings. Helena, I agree. Coherence, regular communications from the government for the media. The media needs to communicate with their audience. Transparency, financial transparency is needed. And I believe our efforts in working with the audiences, they could be helpful in creating loyal communities and this will help foster trust. Gillian, we have one more question for you about trust. How do you develop trust? This is an important issue. Of course, it might take a long time to explain, but we would really like to hear from you.
My mother is a primary school teacher, and my father is a teacher as well of maths. And they had a saying that they liked to use a lot, which was show your work. And I don't know if you remember from your own school days, but there was a practice where you had to show how you had arrived at a certain conclusion in order to demonstrate how you got there. And I think that the government could go a long way towards building trust with people if they do all of these things that my colleagues Luba and Halina and Helena have been talking about, which is be as transparent as possible. We understand that there may be occasionally national security considerations and you can't be honest and open about everything, but being as transparent as possible and communicating clearly, effectively, and on a daily basis, being accessible to the media rather than treating them as some kind of competitor or enemy even. I think we need to remove hostility from that equation completely and talk to people about how you are doing the work that you're doing in government, and make them feel like they have a role to play in influencing how you are doing it. Because I think that I think that while it's true what we were talking about earlier, that everybody is a journalist now, we are all posting about our lives as sort of and what we had for lunch and so on a daily basis. But the role that the media can play in terms of conveying what the government is doing is still very paramount, because it's journalists who have access to people who are in power. And because of that, they have a big responsibility. So I think that, we will trust the media more, we will trust the government more, when we can see that they are what they are doing more clearly, and also when we can make a judgment that they are acting in good faith. And I think that, that will go a long way towards building trust. It's a process and it will take time.
Дякую.
Thank you. And Helen, over to you. The same question. How do you develop trust? How do you strengthen trust from the audience?
I think in our work we are seeing that trust comes, of course, from a good understanding of what is a media. So there are different types of media. Like Gillian was saying, there's a bit the issue nowadays that with social media, it's a bit difficult to distinguish. So more than ever, I think education, media literacy is necessary, but at all levels. I mean, when we talk about the reform of the public broadcaster, to use again this example, in our recent analysis that we have made, it is obvious that there is still the need to explain what is a public broadcaster. And I think as well that the trust would come more easily if the legal environment would be probably a bit sometimes clarified, because otherwise there are some problems of definitions. So that would be what I would be saying.
Helen, можливо, є ще.
Do you have anything to add? Gillian said something very important. She said that this is a process and it is going to take time. And this is a problem for us, because many of things that we're talking, developing strategies and media literacy, take time. And we have the enemy out there, and at times we have hard time catching up. But we will continue working in this direction, and I would like to thank you for the conversation, for this discussion. We had Ms. Lyubov Cybulska with us the founder of the Center of Strategic Communication and Information Security. We had Ms. Halina Petrenko, Director of Detector Media. And joining online, we had our colleagues Gillian McCormick, Internews Country Director, and Helen Champagne, Deutsche Welle Academy Program Director, and EU support to public broadcaster. I would like to thank you all for our conversation.
Цей проєкт у 2014 році створила група українських журналістів, близьких до Києво-Могилянської академії. І ми поставили собі дуже амбітне завдання – перешкоджати поширенню дезінформації в ЗМІ. Також ми поставили собі завдання зробити українців трошки більш медіаграмотними. І для цього ми провели сотні тренінгів для дуже багатьох аудиторій, для школярів, для журналістів, для юристів, для дипломатів, навіть для розвідників, ну і, звичайно, для звичайних людей. Крім того, кожного тижня ми робимо радіо- і телевізійні програми і розповсюджуємо їх в тих регіонах, які ми вважаємо найбільш вразливі до іноземної пропаганди. Напевне, найголовніше, що ми робимо, це ми щоденно моніторимо російські ЗМІ, перевіряємо інформацію, виявляємо фейки і спростовуємо їх. А ще компанія Facebook уклала з нами угоду, і тепер ми допомагаємо цій всесвітньо відомій мережі перешкоджати поширенню дезінформації в інтернеті. Ну і за свою роботу ми отримали безліч міжнародних призів, відзнак. Це теж дуже приємно. Це для нас означає, що ми робимо правильні речі. Скажімо, в 2014 році, коли ми почали цим займатися, коли ми почали спростовувати фейки російської дезінформації і вимагали закрити російське телебачення в Україні, нам багато хто казав, о ні, це цензура, не можна, є точка зору Росії, є точка зору України, і хай глядач сам вирішує, хто правий, а хто ні. Ми довели, що російське телебачення, російські медіа – це не про поширення інформації, це про створення фейків, це про дезінформацію, це про пропаганду. І зараз на нашому сайті ми маємо 1000 статей, які можуть переконливо довести будь-кому і будь-кого переконати, що це саме так. Взимку цього року дуже багато російських ЗМІ, практично всі федеральні телеканали повідомили, що начебто в російському Воронежі затримали групу українських нацистів, які готували теракти. Ми взялися перевірити цю інформацію, ми поговорили з самими затриманими, з їхніми друзями, колегами, батьками, слідчими, прокурорами. І ми довели, що ці люди абсолютно ніякого відношення до України не мають, що це фейк, який вигадала ФСБ. І після цього на нас були дуже великі нападки. Російські топ-чиновники, спікер Держдуми, керівник МЗС погрожували нам. І найбільше їх обурило, що якась українська організація дозволила собі сумніватися в тому, що говорить ФСБ. Але для нас це стало очевидно, що таким чином ФСБ готувала привід для посилення агресії проти України. Всі ці історії, які ми зібрали, вони стануть нагоді історикам, які зараз досліджують от саме цей період російсько-української війни. Ми сподіваємося, що ці історики ніколи не будуть повторювати ці фейки, не будуть повторювати досвід радянської пропаганди, яка на підставі цих фейків створювала фейкову історію. І ми сподіваємося, що історики майбутнього будуть мати тільки об'єктивну інформацію завдяки нашому проєкту.
Український кризовий медіа-центр був заснований 5 березня 2014 року у дусі Революції Гідності. І з самого початку команда УКМЦ перебувала на передовій гібридної війни, тому що з перших днів своєї роботи УКМЦ спрямовував свої зусилля для того, щоб заповнювати інформаційний вакуум правдивими даними про те, що відбувається в Україні, про те, як Росія намагалась окупувати Крим і як вона розпочала війну, що до цього часу триває у східних регіонах України. За всі роки нашої роботи ми суттєво розширили свою діяльність і тепер маємо декілька ключових напрямків, дуже різноманітних і водночас таких, які дуже добре доповнюють одне одного. Моя команда група з аналізу гібридних загроз представлена 5 людьми. Відповідно, кожна робота будується по-різному, в залежності від мети і від цілей, які ставить перед собою конкретна команда. Команда групи з аналізу гібридних загроз насамперед спрямовує свої зусилля на те, щоб моніторити, аналізувати і деконструювати російську дезінформацію і спостерігати за російським гібридним впливом загалом. Ми намагаємося бути гнучкими у тому, що ми робимо і як ми робимо, тому що одна з основних рис російської дезінформації, гібридного впливу як такого, полягає у його гнучкості і адаптивності. Відповідно, для того, щоб ефективно протистояти таким загрозам, ми так само маємо бути гнучкими і адаптивними. Якщо ми починали свою роботу, фокусуючись переважно на дезінформації, продукованій російським телебаченням і російськими засобами масової інформації, то зараз ми набагато більше уваги звертаємо на діяльність агентів впливу Кремля безпосередньо в Україні. Але ми також переймаємося і тими проектами, і тими завданнями, які сприяють зміцненню національної стійкості українців загалом. Одним з проєктів за напрямом цієї роботи, яким ми пишаємося найбільше, є нещодавній запуск онлайн-курсу з протидії дезінформації на платформі Прометеус. Це проєкт, про який ми мріяли 1,5 року. Я щаслива сказати, що нарешті ми його успішно реалізуємо. І особливо пишаємося тим, що нам вдалося залучити експертів не тільки зі своєї організації, а і від наших колег з таких організацій, як Євромайдан Прес і Стопфейк. У вирішенні цієї проблеми ми стикаємося насамперед з браком двох дуже важливих речей. Це брак довіри, і це насамперед проблема, з якою зіштовхуються державні інституції, і це брак синергії, які стосуються так і багатьох різних ініціатив, які іноді можуть дублювати одне одного у громадському секторі, так і у недостатній синхронізації зусиль з боку громадського суспільства, громадських організацій і з боку держави. Нам необхідно бути більше в контакті одне з одним, необхідно більше одне одному довіряти, і тільки тоді ми можемо бути справді ефективні.
Наша організація захищає права людини і лагодить несправну проводку для того, щоб ці порушення не виникали. Ми займаємося реформами, ми боремося за звільнення політичних в'язнів і полонених на Донбасі, ми залучаємо звичайних людей до правозахисту, ми займаємося програмами міжнародної солідарності і будуємо спільний освітній простір. Більша частина наших результатів це була досягнута завдяки роботі волонтерів. Тому до нашої великої команди я їх зараховую. А так в організації працює до 20 людей. Центр громадянських свобод відомий своїми ініціативами. В ініціативі Євромайдан СОС взяли участь кілька тисяч людей. В глобальній акції «Сейв Олег Сенцов», яка вибухнула і об'єднала 35 країн в заклику звільнити Олега Сенцова та інших українських політичних в'язнів, взяли участь сотні громадян цих країн. Після звільнення Олега Сенцова ми продовжуємо боротися за тих людей, які лишилися в донбаських підвалах і в російських тюрмах. І зараз кампанія називається «Prisoners Voice», і ми всі закликаємо долучитися і стати голосом заручників Кремля і волонтерами цієї кампанії. У нас є група громадського спостереження «Озон», це монітори, які контролюють дії поліції, суду, і це десятки людей в різних містах України. Направду, досить складно оцінити результати діяльності. Правозахисні організації працюють вдовгу, і горизонт наших результатів він відкладений. Але якщо брати короткі періоди, то за час Революції Гідності ініціатива Євромайдан СОС опрацювала і відповіла на 16 тисяч запитів людей про допомогу. Найбільш успішні проекти, які проводила наша організація, це ті, які підтримували звичайні люди. Коли ми запускали Євромайдан СОС, нас було кілька людей в аудиторії, і мені було досить складно повірити, що буквально за кілька днів, а за кілька тижнів ми об'єднаємо тисячі людей, які будуть працювати цілодобово, надаючи правову та іншу допомогу переслідуваним учасникам протесту, що через наші руки будуть проходити сотнями люди, яких побили, яких заарештували, піддали катуванням, обвинуватили в сфабрикованих кримінальних і адміністративних справах. А також у нас будуть близько 500 адвокатів по всій країні, які абсолютно безкоштовно на наш запит будуть надавати цим людям правову допомогу. Я думаю, що на рівні громадянського суспільства нам треба боротися за правду. А для цього треба будувати містки між різними секторами громадянського суспільства. Ми всі працюємо роз'єднано. Антикорупційні організації над антикорупційною аджендою, правозахисники працюють над своїми темами, екологічні активісти над своїми темами, релігійні діячі над своїми темами. Для того, щоб дати ефективну відповідь на цей виклик дезінформації, нам потрібно об'єднати зусилля, побудувати громадянську екосистему, спільні канали комунікації і мобілізацію у відповідь на гібридні, інформаційні та іншого роду загрози.
Ми започаткували нову ініціативу «Київ StratCom форум», який має стати місцем зустрічі громадських організацій, держави і закордонних партнерів. Це флагманський проект центру, який має стати майданчиком для обміну досвідом між Україною та нашими партнерами з Європейського Союзу та Північно-Атлантичного альянсу.
Найголовніше в боротьбі з дезінформацією і пропагандою – це системний підхід. Тобто не зупинятись, будувати стратегії і будувати комплексні дії, які би знову і знову могли би реагувати на ті виклики, які повсякденно з'являються в російській пропаганді.
Діалог важливий, тому що дезінформація вона відбувається не на одній платформі, не в одній країні, а вона відбувається усюди. Це чудова нагода обмінятися досвідом, перевірити, що працює, що не працює, можливо, якось прилаштувати свою роботу.
Якщо не говорити про себе, про тебе ніхто не буде говорити. І Україні достатньо важливо говорити про себе на будь-якому майданчику, особливо з міжнародною спільнотою.
Я вважаю, що будь-що розпочинається саме з розмови, з комунікації. Бо неможливо спланувати спільну діяльність, якщо ви не зустрілися з партнерами, не почули їхні думки, не дізналися про те, що вже зроблено. Тому будь-які форуми мають сенс, безумовно. І вони потрібні суспільству.
Для того, щоб дати ефективну відповідь на цей виклик дезінформації, нам потрібно об'єднати зусилля, побудувати громадянську екосистему, спільні канали комунікації і мобілізацію у відповідь на гібридні, інформаційні та іншого роду загрози.
Лише об'єднавши зусилля громадськості та державних органів, ми будемо здатні протистояти інформаційній агресії та війні.
Для українських правозахисників має дуже велике значення, тому що чим менше посередників від тих, хто напряму працює в полі, до тих, хто приймає рішення про допомогу, тим краще спрацьовує ця взаємодія і тим краще можна донести інформацію і увійти в безпосередню співпрацю.
Нам необхідно бути більше в контакті одне з одним, необхідно більше одне одному довіряти, і тільки тоді ми можемо бути справді ефективні. Справді продуктивне партнерство, яке поєднує всі ці риси, могло б зробити нам багато хорошого у протидії дезінформації на державному рівні.
Дуже хочеться, щоб урядові структури були відкритіші і оперативно надавали інформацію. Я вважаю, що Київ StratCom форум може стати тим майданчиком, де ми спільно зможемо знайти рішення викликів, які перед нами сьогодні стоять.
Вихід на нові аудиторії – це дуже важливо, тому що громадські організації дуже багато роблять роботи, але насправді вони замкнулися в своїх аудиторіях і нам потрібно розширювати коло людей, з якими ми працюємо.
Київ Форум – це чудова можливість ще раз зібратися, обмінятися думками і зрозуміти, чи є у нас спільний, чіткий шлях на даний момент. Чи, можливо, нам потрібен ще час, ще зусилля для того, щоб цей шлях знайти?
За рахунок цього майданчику, по-перше, можна скоординувати зусилля, по-друге, нагадати ті загрози, які стоять перед нами, і спільно знайти рішення і напрацювати наступні кроки разом.
Всі події, які підтримують, підживлюють суспільну дискусію, зокрема про протидію дезінформації, дуже важливі. Суспільна дискусія має тривати, і ті зміни, які стаються і мають статися в майбутньому, це, власне, продукт цієї суспільної дискусії, і ми всі маємо брати в ній участь.
Це одна із площадок, які можуть стати точкою кристалізації і дати нам рецепти, стратегії, нові інновативні рішення і поштовх для дій.
Вітаю, я Ігор Соловей, і я керівник Центру стратегічних комунікацій та інформаційної безпеки. Наше завдання – боротися з російською пропагандою та зовнішніми інформаційними загрозами, спільними зусиллями держави та громадського суспільства. Ми прагнемо зробити державні комунікації сталими, а українців – стійкими до зовнішніх інформаційних атак. Для цього Центр працює з державними органами, громадськими організаціями та розбудовує співпрацю з нашими міжнародними партнерами. Ми проводимо інформаційні кампанії, тренінги та розбудовуємо сталі стратегічні комунікації. Хоча Центр, що зовсім молодий і існує менше року, за цей час все одно ми встигли плідно попрацювати на інформаційному фронті. Ми відповіли Путіну, чому не трісне українська газотранспортна система, і йому радше варто хвилюватись за власні газопроводи, де аварії відбуваються набагато частіше. Ми довели, чому українці мали право застосовувати безпілотники «Байрактар», чим, до речі, обурили ворогів і змусили їх визнати, що українці у цій інформаційній битві їх обіграли. А ще ми підняли на нові висоти місто Моршин, бо саме Центр першим розповів про унікальний досвід вакцинації у цьому місті. Ця історія увірвалась у всі українські медіа і породила справжню хвилю мемів. Звісно, це не повний перелік проєктів, які реалізовував та реалізовує зараз Центр. Не про всі ми можемо розказати і не всіма ми можемо хизуватися, особливо в умовах війни. Але я вірю, що настане той час, коли і про них ми можемо вам розповісти. А ще трохи нашої роботи в цифрах. Наш колектив виріс. За півроку ми провели більше 20 заходів та написали більше 150 статей та новин. Надрукували 100 тисяч примірників брошури у разі надзвичайної ситуації або війни. Центр з нуля запустив сторінки в усіх провідних соціальних мережах, і загальна аудиторія за ці неповні півроку сягнула більше 500 тисяч читачів. І це лише початок, попереду багато роботи, проєктів та інформаційних кампаній у співпраці з громадськими організаціями та нашими міжнародними партнерами.
Вітаю!
Welcome back. My name is Oksana Ramanyuk, Executive Director of the Institute of Mass Information, and it's my pleasure to open the final panel of this two-day conference, the conference that was dedicated to strategic communications, the notion that is comprised of three aspects: content on the one hand, dialogue secondly, and thirdly, what's called connectivity, or the possibility of conveying information fast and shape the messages. So my first question is to Mr. Igor Solovey, who is the head of the Center for Strategic Communications and Information Security. Mr. Igor, what out of those three components requires the biggest attention, fostering, development, and also which component is the most efficient? Content, connectivity. Now, I would not separate those three. Only in combination of those three elements we can achieve good results. I will start with a banal statement, but still it's important to set the framework for our further discussion, namely, the strategic communications are an important element of the national security of Ukraine. Let me illustrate it with a brief example. At the previous panel, Любов Цибульska, my predecessor, mentioned the example of UK as one of the best examples of strategic communications, and they reveal a StratCom center. But actually, this center is under the Prime Minister's office, and its full name is the Center of National Security and Communications. And we added the wording information security. Yes, you're right. But what I'm getting at is that the country identifies strategic communications as an important element of its national security system. And deputy head of that UK center, who was the speaker at our forum yesterday, he explained that their center is the tool of combating hybrid threats. The British really believe that hybrid threats include military, economic, information, and even impacting and coercing and influencing academia. So that's why it should be treated as a comprehensive national security and threat to national security matter. Well, if we compare ourselves with the British example, then let's ask the question, what about us? Well, we finally have this center established, which proves that the government started recognizing the importance of StratCom work. But there are a number of objective reasons which impede the development of StratComs in Ukraine. And let me start with the key reason. Often enough, our government authorities are overly politicized. And being overly politicized, especially from the standpoint of fostering strategic communications, results in the fact that various StratCom teams are not communicating with one another. Well, sorry to interrupt you, but this is something that we observe in the journalists' environment. The advertisers are not willing to place their ads in those media that are the representing only certain political parties. And we're talking about the journalist corps, something that needs to be strengthened in order to improve the level of trust from the population to them. So yeah, this excessive politicization of the civil service harms not first and foremost the minister, him or herself, but it hampers the national interests. Another reason is that some of the communication experts can confuse communications with the ability to use it for personal PR, especially on the eve of elections. Another problem that we have faced is the absence actually of institutional memory. Because of the constant changes of ministry or agency chairs. The new team is coming in, they need time to settle down, but the absence of institutional memory asks for more time and resources. And especially when the newcomers do not possess needed qualifications. Let me put it this way. But at the same time, we have some good examples of communication between the communications teams. For instance, the communications people in the sector of security and defense. For the last 3 or 4 months, we built up very great cooperation with them, especially to deal with the recent information challenges about the buildup of Russian troops at the border with Ukraine. And the communications officers of security agencies actually do have longer institutional memory. They work for longer periods of time. They serve. And being military people themselves, wearing uniform, they are not representing vested personal interests, but they are fighting for the national interests. Once again, our armed forces are the backbone of our statehood, and obviously all the military people. Now let's move to our next speaker, who is representing the armed forces, Ms. Andrea Ostrovsky, the head of Strategic Communications Department at the Office of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Mr. Andrew, can you hear us? Yes, I'm here. Good evening. The question to you is this. You are facing a huge number of challenges. So, what particular risks do you observe in the context of escalation of tension at the borders of Ukraine? We as journalists face the challenge of how to balance the need to provide information, but at the same time not to cause panic among the population while being informed about trustworthy facts. So, how are you handling those challenges and risks, and what are your plans for the future? Do you have some priority areas how to deal with this escalation tension at the border? Yeah, thank you for asking this question, and you're right that the situation proves to be quite grave. There is a feeling that enemy media is building up the escalation of panic, and it's tough to prevent people from falling into panic. That's why the priority for us is, first of all, to provide objective information about what's going on in the sector of security and defense, and respectively informing the people about the the trustworthy situation. Avoiding what some of the media, both in Ukraine and abroad, when they are in particular exaggerating what's going on there. Well, it's important for us to learn your position, because we read articles in Washington Post, Bild, with all those maps with arrows and avenues of strike. So, have you considered which new formats of communication with media should be used when such information fires are occurring? How react in an expedient fashion? And I would add the second question here, because our regional colleagues are very much concerned with the issue of protecting the population. I'm not sure whether I need to address this question to you, because lots of people have already forgot about the defense shelters, the security rules, something that will alleviate the panic and people will finally understand that situation is under the control. So do you have some new formats about how to protect the population? Look, as to the protection of population, that's the direct goal of the armed forces and the key priority for us to ensure proper protection. And when Igor mentions our synergy when his center has been established, we first came up with the recommendations to the peacefulness population as to what they need to do if a military aggression happens in their community, what needs to be done, how to save their lives in the time of military conflicts next door. So such brochures with recommendations have been disseminated in Donetsk and Lugansk regions where the joint forces operations are taking place. The only request I have to mass media is to pay more attention to the statements of top officials, especially from Commander-in-Chief, other senior officials of the government. Please verify the information, ask for the input from official source of information, because unfortunately the society is susceptible to panics. Yeah, we live in the world of social media and information viruses. By the way, those who haven't seen this brochure, please check it out. It's useful, interesting, full of reliable information. And because of the escalation at the border, please read up on this. By the way, the armed forces have received the biggest percentage of this copies of those brochures, about 75% out of 100,000 copies that were made, so that they will disseminate it through the military civilian administrations, the army recruitment offices. Online with us is Ms. Larisa Shustenko, who is Director of the Communications Department at the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. And the energy sector represents a great set of challenges. We observed recently a huge number of fakes directly related to the energy sector. The Russian disinformators are claiming that that Ukraine will lack fuel, we will all freeze in wintertime, parents won't be able to cook food for kids. Local politicians are using those messages. Probably they're part of the Russian propaganda. So do you observe the increase of such fakes and disinformation in local media, and probably not only in local media? In Kherson region, the greatest number, the greatest increase of such information manipulations compared to November, it increased almost twice. So what are the risks associated with that, and what are your plans and future steps? Good evening and thank you. It's true, we have lots of manipulations and fakes, and like every single previous heating season, they disseminate the fakes that it's going to be the last winter in the history of Ukraine. So how we handle it? Providing objective information, publishing non-confidential information, offering access to them on our Open Data UA website, and we're grateful to Andriy for helping us in combating those events. So since the topic is lessons learned let's talk about lessons learned in terms of promoting strategic communications nationwide, if it's okay with you. Yeah, go ahead. So I gladly agreed to attend this panel not only as the head of strategic communications in the Ministry of Energy, but I was the deputy chair of the communications office under Prime Minister in the years 2014 through 2016, when the system of strategic communications has been introduced and started growing in Ukraine. So let me try and sum up and generalize what lessons have we learned since then. Because if we look at the NATO definition of strategic communications, these are measures that help to meet measurable strategic goals, which could be easily understood by all of the stakeholders and members of this strategic communication. That's why I would like to identify 3 conditions which would guarantee the proper introduction of strategic communications at the government level. First of all, the government's institutional capability. Andrew has mentioned it briefly. Secondly, the control over achieving the communications results at the national level. The third would be the provision of needed StratCom tools. So if we look at the progress achieved over the last 8 years, the greatest progress has been achieved in this third area, because the government is allocating funds from the budget for StratCom campaigns, which is a great achievement. You know that we are lacking budget money for important things, but finally we start allocating funds for StratComs, which is important. We learn how to properly use donors' funds for strategic communications campaigns, joining them in one pool of funds. But it's important to also not to duplicate efforts, and especially not for different campaigns to contradict one another. How to control the measurable deliverables? Well, it's still problematic. I'm not aware only of one successful case, the StratCom of National Police. One of the KPIs in the strategy was how to measure, using the budget funds, the increase of trust of people to National Police. So for 1 year they definitely did it. I'm not sure whether they're still doing it still, but unfortunately that's not something that we do at the national level. We're not measuring trust to reforms, we're not measuring trust to ministries and agencies. We cannot set the goals where to go to if we don't see the starting point, and thus we can't see whether we are meeting the objectives. Some of the donor projects are doing some measurements. For instance, the reform of decentralization, this is something that is done periodically, but I'm not sure whether it's then being used in order to communicate the deliverables under the strategic goals. The biggest problem, though, is with the first aspect, which is building up institutional capabilities. If we think positively, there are a couple of moments that we need to voice out here about the achievement.
One of them is that nearly any governmental official that works in the area of communications know about the concept of strategic communications. I'm not quite sure they can define the concept, but at the very least they heard about the term. Second accomplishment is a large number of communications trainings available to the governmental officials, which is great. Anyone who wants to improve their qualifications can do that. With help of our international partners and with help of forums like this one, people can listen to various opinions, draw their own conclusions, and to improve their level. And the third accomplishment is that we're gradually reformatting the structure of communication departments in line with the need to implement strategic communications, first of all, under the influence of NATO, StratCom, and Ministry of Defense has had significant progress. They introduced the system a long time ago. The Ministry of Internal Affairs introduced the system. Same goes for the State Border Guard Service. The Ministry of Energy finally reformed our department too, and singled out information campaign and made it a separate unit, separate from day-to-day communications. However, that's all as far as accomplishments go, and as of now, I cannot say that Ukraine is putting the potential, fully tapping into the potential. What could be the solution? The state communications need to be reformed. The concept was adopted way back in 2016. As of now, we have immense potential in Ukraine. We have a lot of specialists in strategic communications, and therefore, drafting a program to implement the concept is not going to be a major task, especially given that Igor's team has the necessary specialists and people from CPR community, and state communications will be more than happy to get on board. What will this give us? First of all, what was mentioned already today, we will be able to distinguish between political communications from the leadership of the ministers and agencies, from the government communications overall. We have to understand that anyone who assumes office has the right to engage in their own political communications, but they need to have a personal press secretary for that. However, communication on behalf of the government has to be done by governmental officials, and I agree with Igor that there has to be institutional memory. You cannot have a different communication department with every new leadership. We need to recognize that there's the ministry's communication and the government, the state's communication. Next, there needs to be a standard structure in the communications departments, which will help to give the proper status and capabilities of the people to fulfill the functions that are expected of them. Because at times you see there are 2 or 3 people responsible for communications in the ministry, which is unacceptable. This does not give you good results. The next thing that we can do, we can improve the manageability of the communication of the leadership through changing the Central Office of Communication, which has to be based at the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers. The communication officers need to report to the ministry and to the Central Communications Office. This will motivate them to speak in one voice when it's not one person speaking, but when everyone is saying the same thing, being aware why they're doing that and having the motivation to do that specifically. Another thing that we can do if we reform, we can centralize the communication campaigns to tap into the potential donor campaigns to reach the goals. This will help advance the goals of the government. And the key thing that the reform could bring is help organize national strategic communications, making sure the system is capable of improving trust in the civil service and in Ukraine as a state. I researched some social status information, and I collected information for 2015-2020 on trust. That was information from Razumkov Center, and the information was about trust in civil servants, the president, the government, and the parliament. So 4 actors, and as you can imagine, 4 entities. And it actually is the case. The trust in civil servants is the lowest. amongst the four. Regardless of what president we're talking about, or which parliament or prime minister, regardless the swings in the trust in politicians, the trust in civil servants remains at its lowest. And we need to do something about that. And it would be great if to have political commitment and the reform of state communications indeed is done, because we saw the reform of civil service and it brought some very positive results. But now it's high time to do the same with national communications. Thank you, Larissa. Very interesting presentation, and I agree that state communications are an important element of strategic communications, and indeed we need to act fast. We need to have certain understanding, both the public and governmental bodies. So if an event happens and we don't understand whether something needs to be improved or not, I think something needs to be done for the community to be happy with it. I have a question for Mr. Ostrovsky. We heard from Larissa about the elements of proactive communication. Could you please share with us some ideas about the planning of proactive communication and how you do that? I agree with what Larissa said. The relevance of strategic communications is significant in Ukraine, and the development of StratCom, national and military, is mentioned in the strategy of national security of Ukraine, approved by the president has signed off on. So it's important to develop StratCom. It cannot be overrated, exaggerated. And our Western partners have been saying that StratComs are an important and very efficient way to counter hybrid aggression from the Russian Federation against the civilized West. So it's crucial that we develop this. As far as the armed forces are concerned, StratComs began to actively develop around 18 months ago, when the StratComs department was formed under the Commander-in-Chief. We had some positive feedback from our Western partners about our work, and there are shortcomings that we've identified that we are working to correct. But we are trying to focus on proactive communication, planned proactive communication. And one of the success stories, tabletop exercises of 2021, united effort. We prepared thoroughly. We analyzed what the Russian Federation did in the past to destabilize information environment during the exercise in 2020, and we took into account the threats and potential risks that might emerge in 2021. And we formed a communication center to support that exercise and information environment. This gave us the opportunity to provide proactive communication because it was planned in advance. And what's also very important, this helped us have one voice in coverage of these events. This is an example of proactive communication in the armed forces of Ukraine. And this policy of one voice, that the armed forces communicators, helped us form an information environment around this major international event in a way that mass media, civilian, military, international, to broadcast united view on the event. So that was an information campaign of sorts, what Larissa was talking about. So that was a distinction between current affairs and campaigning when you plan something. Yes. As far as I understand, most specialists in this area understand that we need to step aside from current communications, and we need to focus on proactive communication. Thank you, Andriy. And I would like to ask Ihor to recap our panel and to share with us what the conclusions could be after years of distrust in strategic communication, and then growing out of it. And now we understand that you need to invest in StratComs, you need to run assessments. How could you recap the situation with StratCom in Ukraine as of now? First of all, I would like to thank Larissa and Andriy for their detailed analysis of the current state of affairs in the system of national StratComs, because they actually represent two ministries that are on the front line, military and energy front lines. But this is one front line aimed at defending Ukraine. There's not much to add to the mechanism plans for developing that. The only thing to say is that the center as the organization that in the very name mentions StratComs, this is what's expected of us, this is what we're going to do. At the same time, we have high hopes on the level of consciousness of the communication team and their leadership, because depending on how communications team work, depending on how they will communicate the stance in one voice, well, this will determine the sustainability of not only some certain ministries, but the national security of the country in general. I have to add something here. The center, for the first time, brings together civil society media organizations and organizations that work in the area of communications and civil society sector, and this is actually the resource that the government needs. This is another entrance point helping you enter, access key media structures that can impact the discourse. I think this is very important. Thank you. I couldn't agree more. The center is not a police officer ordering people what to do. A center is a bridge between civil society and the government, aimed at uniting the efforts. And as experience has already shown in national communications and governmental bodies, you need this bridge to connect the separate elements of the government. That is why we're open to cooperation with the civil society, with other governmental bodies, and hopefully this is going to be a two-way street. And we hope that there will be some feedback. And to conclude this panel, which concludes the entire forum, I would like to thank everyone, the team that organized the event, the moderators who came to the studio to moderate these important panel discussions. I would like to thank the guests who came here, the participants who joined us online. And it's no exaggeration to say that we tried to invite the stars of strategic communications, fact checkers, civil society organizations that work in the area of countering disinformation. And this is our first attempt. Hopefully this was a successful attempt. And of course, we hope to have a similar event next year. We hope and plan to have the next year. So it's not a goodbye forever. It's see you next time at the Information Barricades. Thank you, Ihor. Thank you, dear participants, dear audience. Goodbye.